Right, and we are live. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports for today's Rugby World Cup daily news show. Apologies for being a bit late. We're supposed to be live about an hour ago, but unfortunately, a couple of things on our side we had to sort of change and sort of adapt to. As a result, we are a little bit late, but we will still be bringing you all the rugby news from the World Cup as we sit there and we build up for what is going to be a very exciting match tomorrow evening. France versus New Zealand, the opening game, and it's going to be a big clash. We've got a team announcement from Scotland, which will happen tomorrow. Quite a lot of team announcements happening today. Johnny Sexton is back, by the way. He has been named for Ireland tomorrow, and that'll be interesting to see exactly how he goes this weekend. First game back since the Six Nations this year. So quite a lot to talk about over the next sort of 25 to 30 minutes in our rugby news show. If you have any questions, get them into the comments as well. And I've got I'm trying to think of a poll. So if you've got any ideas for a good poll to if you got to put in the comments, please let me know. But yeah, lots to talk about over the next 20, 25 minutes. There's a couple of announcements coming up on the channel as well, by the way, which should be quite exciting. So yeah, make sure you do smash like on the video, subscribe to the channel as well. We've got our official Super Brew poll or league going, which has got well over 100 people already. We've launched our fantasy league, which we're going to put in the description now and try and get people onto that as well. So lots and lots of exciting things to announce. But basically, over the next sort of 20-25 minutes, we're talking about World Rugby Spygate. We're going to be talking a little bit about Johnny Sexton. We're going to be talking about some of the teams that have been announced, as well as some of the sort of the general news. We're talking a little bit about Rassie Erasmus, who has decided to go and create a little bit of, I wouldn't say controversy, but a bit of mind games already happening from the Springbok director of rugby, who has unfollowed every single person on his personal Twitter except for one account, and we'll talk about that a little bit as well. So quite a lot to get through in the next 20-25 minutes. If you are new to the channel, we are past the 39,000 subscriber mark, so thank you to all those who did help us get past there yesterday. If you are new to the channel, smash like on the video, subscribe to the channel. This new show will happen every single day, and so much talk about, and this is before the World Cup starts, let alone once it does officially start, and then we are really into the thick of things. So what I want to start with is I want to talk about the Spygate, in inverted commas. There is apparently a big World Rugby or World Cup Spygate which is happening, and an interesting story. We saw this back in the last World Cup, so this is not something new, but an interesting aspect to add. And the big thing is, and what makes it so interesting is how little details there are about it. So this is a story that came out initially on Thursday, on Tuesday, and also sort of as a bit of an update on it yesterday after the All Blacks were asked about it. But the Telegraph in the UK wrote a story, and the headline was "Rugby World Cup plunged into spy row after team expressed fears." It was an exclusive to the Telegraph. And what the Telegraph said is that a leading Tier 1 nation is understood to have asked World Rugby for clarifications about sanctions for any team found spying, and that any advantage for some tactics could prove decisive in what is expected to be the most competitive World Cup since 1987, apparently. So basically, Telegraph Sport are saying that they understand that there is a belief that training sessions have been spied on by international teams in recent years. So that is completely separate to a specific event in recent years. Sources close to the Lions back in 2021 say that there were major concerns that their training had been observed by South Africa during the 2021 tour, and use of espionage, all the big words out here, espionage, to gain an advantage in Test rugby has been an ongoing concern and a bone of contention. So in this particular instance, they are saying, or basically loosely saying, that apparently the Springboks were accused or thought of to be spying on the British and Irish Lions back in 2021. Eddie Jones raised similar concerns during the World Cup in Japan 4 years ago, saying that New Zealand may have been recording England's training sessions ahead of their semi-final in Yokohama. So Jones said that the England security team, including one of Prince Harry's former bodyguards, apparently as relevant, became aware of someone using a long lens camera to film their entire training station from the balcony of a nearby apartment overlooking their training pitch. As a result, he joked that England had sent a member of staff to spy on the All Blacks. Further to that, Martin Bayfield, who's a former British and Irish lock, revealed that England had spied on an entire training session by Australia ahead of their quarterfinal in 1995 World Cup. Security at each team venue has been described as extremely tight, including police officers guarding training venues and team hotels in what is thought to be a dry run ahead of the Olympic Games in Paris next year. They said that, this is still the Telegraph article, by the way, One said that the security provision included 6 police officers attached to the team with the same number of private security personnel also patrolling the team hotel. The concerns are that their presence is primarily to combat any terrorist threat and help with travel to and from training rather than monitoring any spying or cheating from both teams. This is a quote so one source said that it is important to know what the sanctions are if a team is caught spying, given what is on the line. Is it a points deduction or a fine? The stakes could not be higher. Apparently, World Rugby have been contacted and asked to comment, but they have declined to comment on the thing. So it says that the new regulations, which apply to the World Cup, said that teams are permitted 2 dedicated water carriers, for example, during the thing, neither of which can be director of rugby or head coach, and they must remain in the technical zone. Obviously, that's the whole water carriers thing. But basically, there's a big thing about potentially teams spying on each other to try and gain an advantage. Now, Ian Foster was asked about this situation yesterday, and he said, "Welcome to the World Cup." He said, "It wasn't us, but was anyone spying on us? No one knows who asked or who was spying, but speculation is rife." So he says that there's a lot of pressure on people react different ways. It's an exciting time, and everyone's looking for an edge. So he then said that we are pretty confident. We've been training alone, but who knows? So they're saying they're not worried about spies. Some of us play golf. It's been a bit of cards, but just anything really, said Bowden Barrett, in terms of how they're sort of remaining off. But basically, there's no proof at this stage, or major proof, nor any sort of certainty regarding if there has been any sort of spying by team or who's been trying to spy and stuff. But that is the current accusation, that a tier 1 side reckon that they have been spied upon, and they are therefore sort of raising the alarm and trying to understand what the punishment would be if a team is if the team has in fact been spied on. So we wait and see, don't we? We wait and see. It's an interesting thing, isn't it? Because there's no doubt that if you can film training sessions, that you could find an advantage. You know, there's no doubt that teams are busy running patterns, that teams are looking at certain tactics to try and get an edge. You know, that's not up for debate, really. You know, teams will be doing that, obviously. And so if you know all of a sudden the Springboks are actually practicing a very much a running-based game and not a forward-dominant game, you can then prepare for that. But it's an interesting thing to try and control, because, you know, you're never going to be in a isolated space. There's always going to be areas around you. People have got drones. People have got long lenses. There are lots of different ways that people can try and find ways to try and watch on what's going on. So it's quite a difficult thing to really stop, isn't it? But it is an interesting thing. And I think the big thing that people are asking is that they're not sitting there saying we can't stop it. But what is the sanction if they do? You know, are teams going to be penalized? Are teams going to be deducted fines and stuff like that? What is the chat? So yeah, so going to some of the comments. So earlier, Monsieur Arteta saying is weak teams, weak individuals who spy. Play your own game and focus on your own World Cup. Leandro says, August TV worth of the wait. So thank you for waiting for the show. Michelle says, watching other teams practice is not going to make your game better. Just all noise again. Can't have a World Cup without drama. Albert reckons that I bet Ireland said French was spying. Saying that a drone with a good zoom can easily spy. Maybe that's why the Boks requested permission to leave the team early. So it's an interesting thing. As I said, I don't think you'll ever be able to really stop it. If a team really wants to spy on another team, I don't think you'll be able to successfully stop it. I think there is far too much room for error, and there's far too much possibility and space to be able to get it done. The question I think people are now asking is, if it does happen and when it does happen and they get caught, what is the punishment? Are we talking about a points deduction? Are we talking about a monetary fine? And all of a sudden, you know, the all of a sudden we need to talk about. As I said, I think some teams think that other teams are, and whether they're willing to then go to World Rugby and say, listen, as South Africa, we think Scotland are spying on us. We've got the proof, but I think a lot of people want to understand what would actually happen if they did that proof. What can you and can't you do in your build-up? Obviously, I don't think you can just go and throw up a drone and go watch the entire practice. So it's an interesting scenario, isn't it? And I think it's something that a lot of these teams are going to have to adapt to. Again, what's interesting is the fact that the core crux of the article and the conversations are not about if somebody is spying, but more that they are, and if they were to be caught doing it, what is the punishment? What will happen to the teams that are found guilty to have done so? So we wait and see, though. We have to wait and see on exactly what will happen. I don't want to talk too much about it because there's not a lot of information readily available about the concept. What I do want to talk about is Rassie Erasmus, who is apt to his usual games. I tell you what, we don't deserve Rassie. He is such a laugh. He is so dramatic at times, so loves the drama and always very contentious. So Rassie Erasmus has updated his Twitter. And I think that's a good way of saying it. Rassie Erasmus has updated his Twitter, and he's unfollowed absolutely every single person. The only person he is following is Scottish Rugby. He's got, I think it's 120,000 subscribers. I can check. I have many subscribers he has. But he's only following one person, and that is Scotland Rugby. He's done this before, by the way. As I said, he's got such a good sense of humor from. So yeah, he's got 136,000 subscribers. The last tweet he made was about the World Cup, but he's only currently following one person, and that is Scotland Rugby. He is the master of mind games. A lot of people talking about the fact that is why we announced our team yesterday, so that mind games and try and sort of make it seem as if we are. That we don't really care what Scotland do and try and get Scotland to focus on us rather than them. So whatever the reasons are, how much we talk about where the mind games are, where the mind games aren't, Rassie Erasmus is somebody who likes to just add a bit of spice, a little bit of extra things to any sort of proceedings. And he has decided to go and follow Scotland as his only follow account on his Twitter to just add a bit of something to it, which is good fun. I enjoy that. I think it's a good banter. But yeah, anyway, Albert was saying maybe that's why the box requested permission to release the team early with regards to the whole spying thing. I think that has more to do with the fact that we had those real big issues with leaks during the British and Irish Lions series where the team was coming out early. So he says, I wonder how the set plays and moves works at the international level, like how often the teams switch up their calls. Surely you can get all the info you need for just studying past games. I think you can get a lot of info, but obviously, for example, South Africa had the move in inverted commas that they used the last World Cup. And if that's never been used before, you can't prepare for what you've never seen. So there is always going to be one or two things that you might be holding back, for example. Albert saying, I don't trust the French or the English. Anthony, hopefully we sorted out the output volume. Michelle saying that how much you want to bet this will become an excuse if one of the top teams lose. Well, we'll wait and see, won't we? Maybe it's a valid excuse. Maybe it's not a valid excuse. But until something happens and until there's proof that it did happen, it's all just speculation, isn't it, at the end of the day? Other news is that there are a couple of team announcements which have happened, and Johnny Sexton is back. And can we have a moment of silence for Romania, because the team that Scotland have named for this weekend is very, very strong. Let's talk about it, shall we? So this is the team that they have named for Romania on the weekend. It is Andrew Porter, Rob Herring, Tyke Furlong, Joe McCarthy, James Ryan, Tyke Byrne, Peter O'Mahony, Caelan Doris, Jamison Gibson Park, Johnny Sexton, James Lowe, Bundy Aki, Gary Ringrose, Keith Earls, Hugo Keenan. The replacements are Ronan Kelleher, Jeremy Lauman, Tom O'Toole, Ian Henderson, Josh van der Fleer, Conor Murray, Jack Crowley, Robbie Henshaw. I mean, that is an absolute mental 23. Interesting is that Johnny Sexton is the captain of the squad, and yet Caelan Doris has been named captain of the team for the weekend. But he's back. Johnny Sexton is back. And I saw a list yesterday, and it was a list of the top playoffs in the world. And he was ranked down at 8. but below Jalabert, below Libok. I sat there going, how can you have watched Johnny Sexton over the last 2 years and not consider him one of the top 4 best fly halves in the world? And someone said, oh, he hasn't played any rugby over the last, he's played 8 games in the last 12 months. He played 4 out of 5 Six Nations games this year. He won every single match he played in, by the way, scoring 35 points. He started last year when they beat the Box. He has been one of the top standout fly halves for a long time. And if you don't think he is, then I don't think you've been watching a lot. Whether you like him or you don't like him, he has been one of the top fly halves in the world for the last 2 years. He was, in fact, nominated for World Player of the Year last year. He's a top player. So if you don't, with regards to what you think about him, if you don't rate him, then you don't rate him at your own peril. But that is an absolute mental squad to be named. I mean, Josh Van der Fleer, World Player of the Year, on the bench. You struggle to see where they get much stronger, to be honest. Yes, Van der Fleer probably comes in for Ty Byrne, who probably switches to number 4 lock and plays Joe McCarthy. I personally think Robbie Henshaw should be starting, and then Mac Hansen ahead of Keith Earls. That's the only way I think that this island side gets any stronger, and it's still an incredibly strong island side. So yeah, I think that they've gone full strength. They want to make sure they go out there, have a bit of a hit out, get the business done against Romania. I think they'll rotate again next weekend, and obviously then go full strength for the Box in 2 weeks' time. So, but it's an interesting side. It is a very interesting side. There's no doubt about it. Other team announcements is that we can look a little bit about the Italian team. We're going to look at the Australian team. So if you look at the Australian team, Taniela Tupou is set to make his 50th appearance for Australia. He has been named in the starting lineup, which is as follows. It is Angus Bell, David Parecki, Taniela Tupou, Richard Arnold, Will Skelton, Tom Hooper, Fraser McWright, Rob Valentini. That is your pack. Then it is Tate McDermott, Carter Gordon, Marikai Koroibete, Samuel Karevi, Jordan Bataya, Mark Nawangani Tawase, Ben Donaldson at 15, which is an interesting call. And then off the bench, it is Matt Faisler, Blake Shrupp, Zane Longo, Robert Liotta, Langi Geeson, Nick White, Lalakai Fiketi, and Suli Valivalu. It's a very inexperienced bench. Yeah, I mean, Brent Donaldson's never played fullback in his career for Australia. This is literally his first ever international match. He's played 2 caps off the bench and mostly a fly half. I think he's come off at fullback, but mostly a fly half for 83 minutes total of the Test rugby he has played. It's an incredibly inexperienced side. Eddie Jones is just rolling the dice here, isn't he? Will Skelton is the captain. He'll be making his captaincy debut. And ironically, he made his captaincy debut in the last game at the same venue. He became the first lock cap to captain Australia in a Rugby World Cup since Dean Mum back in 2015. So it's a second game as captain, but yeah, a bit of a shock captain candidate, wasn't Will Skelton? I'm not sure it's the right decision, to be perfectly honest. Italy have also named their side. It is as follows. They are going to be playing against Namibia on Saturday. It is Daniela Pachetti, Giacomo Nicotera, Simone Ferrari, Dino Lam, Federico Razza, Sebastian Negri, Michelle Lamara, captain, Lorenzo Canoni, who I think is absolutely brilliant, Stephen Varney at number 9, Paolo Garbizzi at 10, Montana Ioane, Monty Ioane is back, Andrew Capuzzo is at 14, by the way, the World Breakthrough Player of the Year, Tommaso Allen is at 15, your centre pairing for the Italians are Luca Marizzi and Jean Ignacio Brecht. Your replacements are Hammer Fiver, Ivan Nima, Marco Ricciani, David Sisi, Manuel Zuliano, Martin Pedrello, Paolo Odogwu, and Pierre Bruno. So those are the Italians that have been named to play against Namibia this weekend. Hopefully all the South Africans are really rooting for our, northern, slightly, still Southern African neighbours, but more north than we are. They're up against Italy this weekend. I think Italy should have a pretty straightforward time in going to beat them, but yeah, we'll wait and see. Going to some of the comments over here. Albert says Sexton is unlikable. Michelle says if you want to have bragging rights and beating teams, you want to play against their full strength sides. Saif says Ireland has a phenomenal side, but the toughest run this tournament essentially 2 more warm-up games for them, then Knockout Rugby, hard road to the title. How cool a surname like Ferrari is, yeah, and then he's a prop just to really so just to really sort of add a bit of irony to him that Simone Ferrari is in the front row and a tight end as well. We were not generally your fastest players. But yeah, that's pretty much the news we've got so far for today. We'll be live once again tomorrow for our new show, so please do come and join us then. If you are new to the channel, please do smash like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Steven. And we are live. Good evening, everybody. Hello and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. After all these months, after many months of anticipation, of chat, of some shitty banter, lots of huge calls, huge debates, we are finally here. It is World Cup Eve. Tomorrow we are what? I mean, we are literally 26 hours away. 26 hours and 40 minutes to be very precise from kickoff of the World Cup, and to speak about the entire World Cup, to get some bold predictions heading into the weekend, I am joined by Capman Chris. I'm joined by Wildman Wes, and Rudy, we need to find a catchy nickname for you. Yeah, I've got nothing, so I'm back on that one. I thought I had something. It was all working really well. We need to.
I couldn't even think of one either.
Yeah, thanks for the help, guys. I was waiting for something to jump. We'll have to go back.
I was waiting for Rudy to say something. Just,
gentlemen, how are we?
Yeah, good, Stevie. Thanks, man.
Yeah, all
yeah, well, Steve. Yeah,
all
excited.
We open our presents tomorrow. We open the presents tomorrow.
Can the World Cup just begin now, please, man?
Yeah, no, listen, it's... Well, to be fair, I've got so much to do before tomorrow night's game. I wouldn't mind if we actually sort of delayed it a day. But apart from that, we'll get ourselves sorted. Big game ahead. Big weekend ahead. And as Brad McGee says in the comments, it's time to cook. Chris is going to be cooking up some bets. Finn Russell is hopefully not going to cook this weekend. Mike Liebach's going to cook this weekend. And hopefully we're going to see some... I want to see some big results. I want to see some upsets this weekend. I want to see some great World Cup moments. And basically what's going to happen over the next hours, we're going to look at some of the fixtures, some of the key fixtures. There's a good game every single day. Lots of different action throughout the weekend. We're going to do a couple of quick fire predictions, both for the weekend and maybe sort of the entire World Cup. Might even ask for the guys to give their winners of the entire World Cup. So we'll sort of see how that goes. But yeah, if you are new to the show, welcome. If you are new to the channel, welcome. We have recently gone past 39,000 subscribers. Hopefully going past the 40,000 subscriber mark tomorrow. That is the plan. So welcome to everybody who is new to the channel. Before we go any further, I'd like to give a big shout out to our sponsors, BOYLESPORTS, and a big shout out to them for helping powering the stream. They are one of the channel partners that we've got. If you do not already, go and get yourself a BOYLESPORTS account. And we are then going to get Chris to give us a couple of bets for the weekend. And we're going to put the money where the mouth is. A pretty good return on investment so far. So hopefully our money man keeps bringing home the bacon. But there's a couple of nice promotions this weekend for BOYLESPORTS. So go get yourself an account. We'll put the link in the description. Or the link is in the description. We'll put it in the chat as well. So you can get yourself sorted ahead of the weekend and make sure that you are ready to go. Right, Rudy, I'm going to throw this down to you in the Eastern Cape. France versus New Zealand tomorrow. How are we feeling for that game? We've seen the teams. What do you think in terms of the occasion, in terms of the match itself? What are some of your initial thoughts about tomorrow night's opening fixture?
So France, to me, had the upper hand being the host nation. But more than that, I think the team is at a point now where they can really back up that not just being the label of the host nation. Now they can actually really challenge. So having that extra support behind them will make a difference. Whether the All Blacks can counter that, I'm not so sure, because they'll be missing a guy like Shannon Frizzell, for example. Obviously, France have a few injuries. But I think it's leaning, my mind and heart and brain is actually leaning towards a France victory. And it's not going to be easy. But I think for the All Blacks, that last game against the Springboks might have unsettled them a little bit, just enough for France to actually push this one through. So I'm going with the France win, which is up Pool A, and obviously for us in Pool B, a quarterfinal potentially should New Zealand lose and we top our group to get to the All Blacks. I know that's a bit preempted, but yeah, tomorrow night, France to win.
Where's agree? Disagree?
Yeah, no, I think I'm agreeing with that one there. I think France have been, I think, the better informed team. I think New Zealand have shown some good form over this past year. But if you look at last year, they were not quite the New Zealand team we were used to. But you couldn't ask for much more better of an opening game, could you? The host nation, the champagne rugby of the French that are in form, and then against arguably, factually, probably the best rugby team in the world. So, I mean, what an opening game that we've got, which is going to be fantastic. But I am concerned about the French injuries. I think there have been some significant injuries, and that France team has been in good form with the right combinations. And it's just going to come down to a question of, are there new combinations with the players that they've got in as substitutes going to be just as good? Can they pull off that form that the French team are used to?
Yeah, I think the injury is obviously a big part. I mean, in terms of the World Cup, no Paul Willemse, no Romain Intermac, 2 huge losses. For tomorrow specifically, no Surabai and no Jonathan Dante. Chris, those injuries, how important are not having, I think all for us, but I mean, I think if you look at like a team 1 through to 15, not having your best prop, not having your enforcer, not having your playmaker, not having your inside center are pretty key positions within the actual team itself. How do they cope?
Yeah, these injuries in the build-up has really thrown a spanner, hasn't it? Because if they were both at full strength teams, I had France, and I still have France.
Yeah, now we've lost Chris.
But against the grain, yeah, I like New Zealand. Am I still here?
Yeah, you're back.
Yeah, I just think the team. I think Willemse, by all the guys you mentioned, Dante are huge losses for France. I particularly don't like that Frizzell and Geordie Barrett are out for New Zealand as well. But I just think it's a massive game. I think France can lose this game and still win the World Cup, and that's what I predict. I think they're just going to catch New Zealand at the wrong time here. It's going to be a massive occasion. I'm not going to write off that this occasion gets to the French team and then they build their way into the World Cup. I'm calling a New Zealand 3-point win.
New Zealand 3-point win, right? So we've got 2 goals with France, 1 for New Zealand. I still actually can't really call it, to be honest. I sort of flip flop again. I think
get off the fence.
No, well, so look, I'm supporting France. I'd like to see France win. I think it'll be, I think the occasion deserves a French win. For me, I think a lot of it comes down to the pack battle, and I don't see New Zealand coping with that French pack personally. I think even without a poor
the 3 loose squads, open sides, don't they? Light back row. But then Willemse says they got a light lock pair in your thing for France. So do you think that offsets it? So that's why I see an equal battle potentially.
See, the problem is I think a lot of it comes down to the New Zealand locks. I think if those 2 can get a bit of ascendancy, a bit of physicality, I think that'll go a long way. Obviously, Artie Sevilla as well. I think Artie Sevilla was doing for Gregory Aldred. I don't see much between them. But I think when Francois Kroos, Charles Olivan, and Gregory Aldred when they're all on song as a trio, I don't see too many better trios for them in the world. I do think they're going to miss Paul Willemse. I think they are going to miss that sort of physicality. I think Surabai as well is a huge miss. Because I think scrum-wise, I think Ethan de Groot holds his own. I'm not convinced that Nepalua Lala is going to be able to cope. Would have been able to cope with Surabai, so I think maybe that's even things up. But yeah, I mean, I try to sort of look at it as 1-1-1-1-1 type situation, and I still think the French pack is better. I'll tell you where I do think France are a lot better than New Zealand. I think that the bench coming off is a lot stronger. There's some big boys coming off the bench for France, and I think we saw 2 weeks ago that if you can start to bully New Zealand and be able to bring on a couple of big boys, then you can put them off. But yeah, I'm very keen to see Mathieu Jalibert. Let's talk about him a little bit. Romain Intermac is obviously world class. We all know, arguably one of the best, if not the best player from the world rugby at the moment. getting that injury. Now Mathieu Jalabert has not played a lot of rugby over the last two years for France. All of a sudden, from going sort of second fiddle, the other option is a bit like Maniba, all of a sudden now you're thrust into holding the nation's hopes on his shoulders. He's a good player. He has kind of fallen out of favour a little bit, and maybe being a victim of purely just not being a main intermac. But how do you think he's feeling, and how much rests on him tomorrow night?
Yeah, no, I mean, it's such a tough position. And as you were saying things there, I just thought, it must be like similar to Marnie's case, not necessarily being the choice fly half. I mean, okay, Marnie, I don't even think was sort of second, choice where he just sort of rose up quite quickly because he had to out of necessity. But, this is what the World Cups are for, the sort of make or break moments, the sink or swim. I think, as a French fan, talking about like I'm obviously sort of Springbok supporter. I think, I can look and go, okay, well, if things don't go their way and he doesn't play the greatest, you can forgive him, but I'm sure the French will be ruthless, like as the Springbok fans are with Marnie. No one, when Marnie misses some kicks, no one goes, oh, he's not been, it's absolutely ruthless. Yeah. So I think there'll be a lot of pressure on him, but I think given the right guys around him, and that's where the teammates and the experience of an Antoine Dupont comes in, and the other sort of senior guys in the team, and just to really cool his head and just to let him just do what he needs to do. As you said, he's a great player, he's a good player, and just do what you, and then we'll function around you. So yeah, I mean, hoping he has a cracking one, because you really do want to see that French team fire. Like this is as you say, this is what World Cups are for.
Yeah, I mean, we're heroes are made type thing, You mentioned a player who it's I suppose it's kind of said to be his World Cup. Rudy, let's talk about Antoine Dupont for a second. Captain of France, 26 years old. He's won 2 out of the last 3 World Player of the Years. He's been the best player in the world post 2019 World Cup for a while now. And he's now captaining the host side in a World Cup. This is all set up to be his tournament. Do you think he's someone that can cope with the pressure? And if they go all the way, are we going to be sitting there talking? I mean, do you think that he's one of those players that if they go all the way, he'll be sitting there as one of the best players in the tournament?
I definitely do think so. I think he's absolutely world class. It's obviously unfortunate for the fly half loss for France, but I think if it were the fact that they lost Dupont at 9 and had Intermac at 10, it maybe would have made more of a negating impact. But the fact that Dupont is there, he's the captain that steers the ship in the direction in which Wes mentioned the champagne rugby the French like to play. And then you have the exciting backs like Damien Penaud, Thomas Ramos outside, who sort of rely on his guidance. And him at 9, I think the ability to way his rugby IQ, could I call it, is so much above a lot of players, and yet they're all playing on the same international playing field. So I think that's going to make a difference. There's just those X-factor players. We talk the Kane and Moody's, and he's definitely one of them. So they're going to be reliant on him. I don't think they would want to ever imagine a scenario where they would lose him at scrum off and perhaps have the replacement 9 come in, because that will really throw the spanner in the works for the French. So Dupont at 9, crucial, and I think he is definitely one where we talk MVP of the tournament. I know it's obviously we haven't played a game, but he's world class, man.
Yeah, no, I think he's such a fun player to watch, really, and just can just do everything. Let's talk a bit about the backline battle, Chris. 2 inside centers from either team that we didn't probably predict. Geordie Barrett. We were kind of hoping to see a Geordie Barrett versus Jonathan Dante clash would have been really, really good. Now you've got the youngster in a Mofana inside there for France, and then you've got Anton Leonard-Brown. It's kind of back in the mix for All Blacks player. I've always been a huge Anton Leonard-Brown fan, so I'm interested to see how he goes. So, but especially that center combination, Gael Fiku versus Rico Awani, the matchups there. I mean, Penaud versus Mark Talea, Will Jordan versus Gavin Valier. I mean, Ramos, Bowden Barrett. It's just every single position in the backline. You sit there. It's just such a tasty battle. Which ones are you looking forward to?
Yeah, and I'm looking to the whole battle, Steve. Both those backlines. But it is the inside center that's issue. That's the worry for them and for both, and could have messed up the spectacle, because Geordie Barrett seemingly was in form, but he's had a lot of sticks since the South African game. And then you have a Haividi, who was the kind of the incumbent, who had been playing more so for the All Blacks at 12 and mean, I know Leonard Brown's been playing, has come in and done a job, but I don't know about you guys. Well, I feel that Havili is a much better player. I mean, Linton Brown could do the job, but I think it equalizes the center channel for sure. And I think then from outside there, it's even Stevens. I think the battle's going to be quite even, but I do think at the moment, sure, like guys are saying, DuPont is by far the superior scrum half, even at this stage of Smith's career. So yeah, I think we're looking at the best player that's probably ever played the game right now. I would say DuPont, really, when it comes to it. So like, yeah, I think it's going to be down. I thought that DuPont, Intermac, Dante, that access was very big key KPI for them. If they stuck together, they needed that access. And that access now is gone. So now, like Rudes was saying, they like literally they can't afford DuPont to fall. DuPont's not. It's like all on his shoulders now. He has to be there right to the end. So yeah, but I'm looking forward to that. I'm a little bit. It's a little bit of a downer for me that those two centers, Dante and Barrett, are out, because I thought going full edge, fully fit would have been better. I just worry there could be a little bit slower, maybe mistakes than I must say the mistakes, but they're not the same players, so it's going to look a little bit different.
Yeah, I mean, I think I agree. I think those two players, I mean, physically as well, two massive players, running that inside center channel, both very good skill sets, very good all-around players. So I do think the game is poor to not have them tomorrow. So in terms of the comments, get your comments and questions in, by the way, throughout the show. And so I see that in the chat we have got Kappa675, got Grant Swartz saying that year delaying the World Cup is madness. Yeah, I apologize, I'm just not very organized. Louis Vandenberg saying, hi guys, ready for the World Cup to start, go Boca. Dylan saying, All Blacks will take it. The unsettlement will be just enough to get their butts into gear. Joe says, All Blacks lose first game, then win the Rugby World Cup. Grant says, I'd rather the Box face the French in the quarterfinal. They get stronger the longer they stay in the comp. JJ saying, also went New Zealand by 3. Evan saying, with injuries and disruption, France to lose. Probably out of nowhere, New Zealand try. New Zealand by 3 to 5 points. Matthew Dixon say, I think we could end up with New Zealand versus France or a Box versus Ireland final. Joe Felix saying New Zealand have 3. Blind Wonder saying New Zealand after they lost to us, they will perform. So New Zealand by 12. So quite a lot of different predictions there. Yeah.
I honestly believe that the emotion can get to France tomorrow. I genuinely believe that. I think they could oversight themselves up tomorrow.
So it's a blessing and a curse, eh? The whole home ground, Stade de France, they
might not. Like Springboks in '95, and there might be other examples. They might not, but I am France. They are a side that's proven that could happen. So, and New Zealand, I think New Zealand are going to be really focused. So, yeah, I think that's what.
Also,
I hope not. I hope they come out, but I'm worried that France come out flat.
Just from my side, just coming back to the center pairings, be interesting to see for the All Blacks what sort of game plan they implement. Should they put under a lot of pressure, especially in the first half with Anton Leonard-Brown? What do they do to relieve that pressure off 10? Because they normally, like Chris mentioned, Havili is a better player in being more versatile. He can clear for touch better. So what do that sort of how that will play out will be interesting.
Yeah, there's so many intricacies, I think, to this particular match. I think we could talk about.
I'm super surprised that Leonard Brown started. I don't understand why Havili's not, but we're not the coach, not Foster. But I don't get it, because Havili and Richie Mo'unga often play well together, really feed off each other so well. So I don't quite get what. Well, I'm not a coach, but for me it's interesting because I much prefer Havili as a player.
Yeah, as I said, I think there's a lot that we can talk about with regards to this particular matchup, and I think there's so much to. I mean, the small sort of battles and there's players we haven't even mentioned that are so important. I mean, for example, I think Julian Marchand is an absolutely brilliant player. I think he's gonna, but at the same time, I think Cody Taylor, for all that he's getting on in years, has seems to be sort of almost getting a bit better this year. So there's so many different matchups. There's a lot of players. I mean, Thibaut Clement is a fun player to watch. So Scott Barrett's playing the best rugby I've ever seen him play. So there's a lot of different matchups, and we can talk about that a lot. But we do have a lot of different rugby to get through for this weekend. So I want to shift our focus a little bit to the box and talk about that, and then we'll sort of talk about some of the other fixtures. And I want to talk about the title of the show, which is Rassie up to his usual mind game. So in case you haven't seen it, Rassie Rasmus has pulled a Rassie Rasmus. First of all, the box had to seek special permission yesterday, by the way, to announce our team early. Only team to have done that. And then Rassie Erasmus has a Twitter account, or X, or whatever it is, where he has 136,000 followers. And he has unfollowed every person on his personal account, except for one account, which is the Scottish national team. So Rassie, up to his mind games. I mean, where's the early team announcement? Rassie on X. He knows how to create a bit of a sideshow, doesn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I mean, just what nonsense. But I mean, that's all it is. It's absolute nonsense. But yeah, look, I'm not gonna sit here and criticize the man. He's gonna try to do some stuff. I mean, what does that achieve? Gain.
Do you know what kills me is I can just see him sitting he's at the team lunch, he's sitting on the phone, and you can just see him sitting there unfollowing everybody and going, yeah. And the little kick he's got in his face going, I know this is going to piss people off. This is going to piss people off, and I love it.
Exactly. I really wonder when he came up with this idea, you know, like, was it a eureka moment? Was he eating dinner? Was he on the loo? Was he kicking a rugby ball? Like, where he just goes, you know what I'm going to do? You know what's really going to mess with the Scottish? You know, I want to unfollow everyone except it. You know, it's like such a weird thing, but I mean, you know, let's see.
Well, the main thing is it gets people talking, you know, doesn't it? You know, it gets, you know, So I think there's a bit of mind games and stuff like that. There's also a story that I spoke about on my daily news show that apparently a top tier one, a leading, I think is the word the Telegraph used, a leading tier 1 nation has approached World Rugby to find out what the consequence would be if another team is caught spying on some of the teams with. So already a couple of early accusations, a bit of spying going on. So there's quite a lot of controversy, and the corner hasn't even started yet. So there's a lot of really a bit of controversy floating around. But let's talk a little bit about the Springboks side that was named. Now, in terms of injuries, an available selection were apparently Jean Klein as well as Canan Moody. I'm trying to decide if they would have been involved. I think Canan Moody could very well have started on the wing ahead of Orense, and I think that Jean Klein could very well have been on the bench. We could have gone with 2 locks and one flank. But Ruud's an interesting side. I think Jasper Wiese starting, for example, is quite interesting. Damien Willemse starting is quite interesting. What are some of your thoughts on the side that was named yesterday?
It's an exciting team. Obviously, they're making a statement that they definitely want to go out and demolish the Scots, which we're going to do. And we can invite all the Scottish people to come and spy on our training. They're not going to figure anything out because we're just going to overpower them. With guys like Eben Etzebeth, obviously in the forwards, Dwayne Vermeulen coming off the bench. I think the balance is right. I think it's time. We've been speaking about it, to back Mani Lebok with his exciting play. I think with his goal-kicking coach, if I'm not mistaken, from the Stormers, apparently gave him a call, obviously, and they fixed 1 or 2 technical things. I think that won't be as much of an issue as we were worried about before. And then we've got the experience of the bench. Even though it's a 6-2 split bench, we've got the likes of Willie Leroux and obviously the excitement of Grant Williams. So I'm very excited for the Springboks. And I'm not sure if Chris will agree, but I predict Springboks to demolish Scotland by more than 20 points.
Yeesh! That's got big. Well, Chris, would you, as a betting man, would you take that bet?
No. Sorry, Ruud. Sorry. Well, the cap's at 11, which is quite favourable for the books, you would say. So they definitely hold favoured. We're going to win it. Don't know about demolishing. I think France, Scotland are decent. We'll grind them out. We're too good. We are stronger. Springboks we've got the better team overall. But I don't think it's a foregone conclusion. I think it's the first game. It will be. I think we'll win between 1 and 10.
1 and 10.
Well, we're gonna win, Ruud. We're gonna win.
No, Rudy wants tries on tries on tries on tries. The one thing about Scotland is that it's a team we don't struggle against. Generally, we've got an 82% win rate against them, so it's not a team we've ever traditionally struggled to beat. It's not like a Wales, for example.
We win.
Yeah, so it is a good side, and I do like the fact that they have quite quickly gone and said that they're watching Finn Russell, and that they've been quite open in the media about saying, that they know that he's the one that makes them tick and that they're going to focus on him. Not that I think Finn Russell will care, but I think Scotland will be will be quite conscious of the fact that they know how much they rely on a Finn Russell as well. But at the end of the day, that pack's got to give them a bit of go forward. And Rude's, the pack, speaking as a forward, and we'll go to Wes as well, how does the Scotland team try and contain the big pack that you mentioned, the likes of an Ebenezer, that's Beast, those big sort of players? How does Scotland try? Can you try and match them up front? Do we have to do that? Do they try and move our pack around a bit and try to tie them out? What is their best chance of neutralizing our pack?
Yeah, I think the Springbok a stylistic nightmare for the Scots in terms of how we grind it out. If you look at the quality on the bench, as I mentioned, we're not going to particularly, obviously, we have added the new dimension to our play where we can play off Marnie, and he's got all these exciting plays and we're scoring tries. But I think in terms of coming back to the basics, first game at the World Cup, I think we want to grind it out. For Scotland, the only option they really have is to get the pack moving. But in order for them to do that, they've got to rely on efficiency. So the technical, maybe they have an ascendancy in that sense over the box slightly, if you want to imagine it as a Scots fan. But then if that's all they're relying on, then they got to be 100% accurate, where we can go back, we slow it down, we get back to basics. So for them, a stylistic nightmare, and that's why I say the demolish. And let's face it, they wear dresses, blow bugles, and eat Cadbury's lunch bars. We can't be having a serious conversation about
drink Iron Brew,
beating Scotland by 6 points, 7 points.
Right, so Reed's got big. Reed's written off Scotland. He's saying, no, we're not. I'm not having this. I'm not having this. Wes, do Scotland deserve more respect maybe from Reeds, or do you think as well we've got that? We can go and bully them, and if we get under their skins, it could be not a comfortable victory. Could it be pretty straightforward in the end if we can pitch up?
Right. Well, it's the Rugby World Cup, so there's no such thing as comfortable or straightforward.
Yeah.
Those two words are out of the dictionary, boys, for the next month and a bit. So I
Apart
do think
to make the final, in which case easy. 35 seconds against the All Blacks. We walk it, we bring back the Waybailers, and we go on trophy tour.
100%. Book the tickets now. No, so I think it's the two teams that show up on the day. We've got the teams on paper. It's about that attitude. I think we showed up to Twickenham with the right attitude against the All Blacks. Do we show up with the right attitude against Scotland? I do think if the Scots want to try and compete with the Springbok forwards, they're gonna lose if they try and meet us up front. So you've got to be really smart about where they're playing and how they're playing. So as Ruud said, to get them running backwards and forth and kicking the ball back over their heads and making those big boys truck up and down the field. As well as looking at rucks, and maybe you don't compete at the first 5, 6, 7, 10 rucks, and you just let the box have it, and then when potentially the box maybe don't throw men into the rucks, then you can't throw a big one. So that's a lot. It's not an easy thing to do, especially when you are also playing an 80-minute rugby game against the Springboks, and your mental energy is perhaps draining a bit. So I don't think they can match us up front. I think it's going to have to be very tactical and smart, their play and identifying it. But look, they are professional. They've been in good form. I think they're probably the highest they've ever been rated. Is that correct? Have I just made that up? But so yes, we've got that 82% win record, but there's still that other percentage that the Scots have beaten us, So I think we do need to give them the respect, but let's show up and do our thing.
Chris Shark said that this was our most important game. He said very early, this is our game. This is our group game that we are targeting. How and why is it so important we win on Sunday?
Well, because it gives us a free pass against Ireland, right? Should, in theory.
In theory, yeah.
So that makes full sense. But I think Scotland feel the same way. So I think they come in there with nothing to lose as well. But so we are the better side. If we are a little bit lower than what we should be, we are going to be in for a game. I'm not saying we'll lose, but we'll be in for one. But I like that. That's the focus. I agree. We need to get this one in the bag and march forward, get to Ireland and see what happens.
Yeah, no, I think the point you make about them thinking the same thing is probably quite an important one as well. They've also got to play Ireland, for example, and if they beat us, they'll sit there thinking we've got a real good chance of qualifying. So it's. I mean, again, we all know that we're in the toughest group. This is the toughest group. We all know that. This is the toughest group to get out of. Ireland probably have the hardest run. I've read if you look at them because I think that they've got a bye next weekend. They play Romania and then they're playing like Tonga, South Africa, Scotland, bang, 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 straight into the quarter. So they've got a horrible run. So it is interesting how even within the group of death, in inverted commas, there are easier and tougher runs and stuff like that. You know, ours works out quite nicely if we win on Sunday because we then play Romania next weekend where we can rotate. You can go full strength against Ireland. If you beat Ireland, you've got 3 wins in the bag. You've qualified, you don't have to stress, you can rotate against Tonga, and we then also have, or you can actually play a full strength side against Tonga, still have another week off because we don't play in the final group games, and then we're into the quarterfinals. So we do have quite a nice draw with regards to being able to shuffle our team around a little bit to keep everybody fresh. But the results obviously sort of dictate that. I want to talk about Damian Willemse because we, as a panel, have pretty much agreed over the last 2 months that he's arguably the most important. Well, that Villaroo is arguably the most important player in the back line, and yet is not starting tomorrow, on this weekend, which is quite a surprise. Is that the Marnie Liebach effect?
Yeah, I mean, we spoke about last week in the fan forum. We spoke about combinations, you know, and how potentially we move away from the mindset of picking your best 15 players, but rather your best, you know, set of combinations for the team. And potentially, I think we've seen Willemse play really well with Marnie, and I think there's something quite exciting there. We know he's more likely to run it back as opposed to kick it. You know, that's what Billy likes to do. Just different styles. I think, quite excited to see that the back 3 actually go off, and then also Marnie linking up there as well. So, I mean, I think, you know, Willemse, he's caught a lot of stick, and I think he's been a bit lost, you know, and he's been put in different positions and not really found his feet. But I think, you know, he is vital to our strategy of being able to do a 6-2 and a 7-1, you know, having him be able to play in those positions. So I think we need him feeling good. You know, we need him feeling safe, secure, on form, and hopefully he can get out and have a great game against Scotland and take that momentum into the rest of the World Cup.
Yeah, look, I do think that, especially after this World Cup, I think the Bach mission needs to be how to unlock Damian Willemse in the years to come. I think we all saw him at school level and a youngster. He is one of the most talented players this country has produced in terms of raw talent. You know, we're dealing with, you know, what Hussen looked like and certain players who have just come through and looked so good and so ready to have all the tricks in the bag. Yeah, Chris?
Well, you say that, I totally agree. So we had this conversation a few weeks about Moody, and we can't have a consensus that he will be 13. So where's DW's final spec? Because I'm say 12. I think him and
12
as well.
So what we're saying is that Willemse, Moody, our centre combination for the next 10 years sorted.
Well,
So what you're saying is Grant Williams at 9, Liebach at 10, Willemse at 12, Moody at 13. That is scary.
Orange don't Colby who's coming through at fullback. Will he still go another 4 years?
Yeah, come on, Willie. Come on, the Willie.
Definitely.
Well, he's got to try to get to 100 tests. He's sitting on like 88 tests, so he's got to try and find 12 tests to get to 100. You know, and apparently he does want to get to 100 tests for the box. That's why he came back to South Africa. He will be playing at the Bulls next season. Part of it is he wants to remain part of the. So no plans for Billy to be retiring just yet. We've mentioned him briefly, but I think 2 players I'd like to talk a little bit about, and Ruth, I'll throw those to you for the first one. Dwayne Vermeulen, who for me has been our form number 8 this year. And they actually asked him this earlier in the press conference. I think it was on Tuesday, I think it was Tuesday, where they said, "Did you expect to be at this World Cup?" And he said that, you know, when he had just after his injury, when he was trying to come back against Ulster, he said his body wasn't quite feeling there, and he was thinking that maybe he should have retired internationally at least after the final World Cup, sort of gone off on a high. But apparently the coach has said, no, just keep playing. We think we can get you back. This year he's looked seriously back. He's looked back with a bit of a vengeance. Jasper Wiese, who's had a great season in Europe, hasn't maybe been able to translate that just yet. But were you surprised to see Dane on the bench? And how effective do you think he can be as an impact player? And I suppose if you've got a Malcolm Mark, Steven Kitshoff coming off, how important is having a Dwayne Vermeulen and having that breakdown threat, for example, in that sort of last 20 to 30 minutes?
Yeah, I think what an exciting story to have him come back and obviously peak like with our captain, fantastic Siya Kolisi. It's such a pivotal time for the Springboks. His form has just improved as he's come back gradually. And in terms of him being on the bench, I think that was a deliberate strategy. I think he just brings a sense of definite calmness to the team. So if there is slight disruptions in terms of the substitutions, having Dwayne come on, will just bring the team together again. And he's just secure in the basics. But in every basic thing that he does, he's got that intent to go over the advantage line or to make that extra tackle and to just be in the right position. So I think coming off the bench is not necessarily a bad thing. I think Jasper Wiese was obviously or is the incumbent eightman. South Africa will definitely use him to go route one, and then Dwayne Vermeulen to just settle the team come second half.
And it's amazing how like some people sort of pick up on different things and ways. I think this is good. There's two as a player I like to talk to you talk about, and I like to talk about a bit of an aspect off the bench, following on to the Dwayne. So let's start with sort of the following on to the Dwayne part is leadership. Big names, big players in the right time. So you've got in the starting lineup, you've got a Eben Etzebeth, you've got a Steven Kitshoff, you've got a Siya Kolisi, you've got three big leaders in the pack there. You've got a Factor Clerk at 9, playing his 50th test, so very experienced. In the back line, for example, you've got a Dale Lindy, you've got Jesse Quills, plenty of experience there. In the second half, when the bench is unleashed, chances are Siya Kolisi won't play in full 80. In fact, I would like him not to be seeing him playing full 80 until we get to the playoffs. I want to see him offload everything in the first 50, get him off, wrap the knee up every single week. Eben Etzebeth potentially plays a full 80, but doesn't necessarily. Steven Kitshoff obviously won't. So then you've got now apparently Bongi, who's obviously very high in the leadership group, coming off the bench. You've got Dwayne Vermeulen coming off the bench, and you've also got a Willie LaRue coming off the bench. So how, in terms of we mentioned combinations, but how important is also having that leadership, being able to sort of replace each other to make sure that 75 minutes, 4 points down, a penalty, inside their own half, you've got the right minds to say, right, when we're going to go to the corner, we've got to score a try, this is what's going to happen.
Yeah, no, absolutely pivotal. I mean, I think, everyone's probably tired of me harping on about it, but the attitude of where the Boks were in terms of our talking to the ref and complaining and arms up in the air, when we didn't have Siya, that was the real, that's where I miss Siya the most, because we saw when he came back, and there was a little bit of chat. I think Willie was trying to talk to the ref, whatever, and Siya came up and said, sorry, sir, I'll deal with it. And so I think, yeah, absolutely. If you're going to sub off those big players, not just their experience, and their skill, but the leadership aspect is just as important. So I'm not stressing about that, because as you mentioned, we've got guys who are coming off who are experienced and have those leadership roles and can make the right call. So no, I think we're really poised well. I think going back to the earlier talk about France, New Zealand, that we were talking about how this play. I mean, we said didn't we just say like all of France's hopes hang on Antoine Dupont? Like I don't feel that way as a Springbok fan. Like yes, obviously. There's one or two people we don't want to get injured. However, if they do get injured, I still back our boys because of the depth we've got, and that's why I feel like we're in a really good position here, because things are going to happen in this World Cup, but I feel like we have the cushioning both.
Oh, no, it's gone off to a game drive.
No.
You just can't afford Africa. So, shame. He's really, and he's not elaborating the point so nicely. So basically, Wes doesn't rate anybody's captain. Chris, Grant Williams.
Yeah.
Who would have thought 2 months ago that Grant Williams would have been coming off the bench in our first game at the World Cup against Scotland?
No, you wouldn't have thought. And yeah, it's been quite a journey, hasn't it? So yeah, he's obviously very highly thought of, regarded by the coaches, clearly, because they've given him every ample opportunity to get there, and there he is. So, and he is a great player, and he's obviously offering something.
Well, what is that something? Because let's be honest. I mean, I think we probably all was sitting there saying that it's, Herschel Yankees, Grant Williams were going to be the obvious ones to leave behind originally, when we saw squad's name, because we thought that Jaden Henderson would probably get back to the mix. We know Kubus Rana's about there. Then Herschel Yankee sort of falls away, but Grant Williams still gets a call up. He not only gets called up to the World Cup, but he's named in the side. And he's such a non-traditional Springbok scrum half. So, I mean, yes, we know he's excited stuff, but what do you think it is that's really just made the Springboks the management go, actually, we're going to back this guy?
I don't know. He is a great player, right? I mean, when he's playing well and he's on form, he's a difference maker. You've seen him at the Sharks; he's electric. I think I'm trying to put the hat on. I think the Boks, and I'm going to bring Reinach into it. Like Reinach's versatile as well, right? And so is Williams. So I think this coaching staff likes that type of player, and let's call him maybe a Foster better upgrade something that offers more than Reina at this point. Because I would think
a faster
Reina's
Reinach is
probably
ridiculous, that concept.
Yeah, but you know what I mean. So I think they keep bringing Reina through all the time, and it's obviously because he can cover probably if we really need to. And Grant Williams is they maybe see him as the future. So give him. I mean, we say he's so different to Faf, to Hendricks. So all three of them are completely different scrum halves, right? So interesting. I like every book team we see one or two names come a little bit out of position, right? This is not, so it's not unsurprising, and I think this is just how we roll. I think Grant Williams gets his chance, gets some game time now, gets some big match game time exposure, and he might be needed badly later down the line. And give him a go.
Yeah, no, I like it. Chris, before we move on, because we're gonna talk a bit about some big games this weekend: England, Argentina, Georgia taking on the underdogs Australia. And a couple of other sort of matches throughout the weekend. But before we do that, Chris, you're going to make us some money this weekend. The official Boyle Sports betting segment brought to you by Boyle Sports. Chris, what have you got for us for the weekend?
Yeah, well, we could just recap. Last week I gave those two leans, which I now totally regret. I wish we had put it on the record.
I should have answered the record.
So just backed the self, right, and gone for it. Hey, look, they still won. They're still winners. We're still winning. If anyone did use them, I had some money on them, so I was okay. But yeah, they came through, but it doesn't add to our record. As you can see, the overall record is the same. Well, the return on base was 52%. Their CV was 62. Last week was a mistake. I hadn't updated it properly. So it's 52, which is still fine, still good. This week I've gone for second half highest scoring markets again. I've used this market before with what's available on Boyles at the moment, going onto Showtime. I just think, I think the first half could be full of emotion, fat, maybe a few mistakes, and the game just gradually gets better as it goes on. So I quite like that there'll be more points scored in the second half there. And I'm going for the Georgians against Australia, plus 21 points. I think that's a juicy handicap. I think the Georgians are not bad at all. I think Australia, we all know what Australia are like. I think the Georgians are going to be so fired up. And if they're fired up and good enough, they can take Australia a long way in this game, take them really close. So 21 points is far too much for me. I think it should be around 15 at least. So I like the 21.5. So we'll go. Oh, I didn't put the units play there. Sorry, it's 1.5.
1.5 on each of them.
Yeah, let's go 1.5.
Okay, 1.5 on each of them. All right, cool. And then obviously, Chris will hopefully be live for the official betting show tomorrow. But as always, follow on X the Crow Tips for a couple of punts over the weekend.
I'll be posting much more on Twitter now for the World Cup. I love the World Cup. I already got a few cooking in the background, which I'll post soon.
All right, cool. Well, we're looking forward to that. So yeah, if you haven't already, make sure you go and get yourself a Boyle Sports account so that you can get yourself this vet, put it in there. I'm actually busy currently locking them in as we speak because I just blindly follow Chris basically. It's the I just back you at the end of the day. I've got my eye on the house that I want. I've got the eye on the car I want, and I'm backing you to get me there eventually. So love your work there, Chris, and hopefully it won't. We're not still having this conversation 10 years time without me in my house and without me in my car. Perhaps there are some other games obviously this weekend, plenty of them. Rudy, let's talk a little bit about England and Argentina. That's a pretty big game. It's the game of Saturday. When last, if ever, do we think we've ever seen Argentina going into a World Cup clash against England as the favourites?
I actually can't remember. I don't think they've carried the favourites tags at all at any World Cup. But I think for this one against England, the tables have turned. I think England are in a dire place. They didn't have a great warm-up set of matches. They barely scraped through Wales, and they looked rather average. And I think the new coach has maybe got a bunch of players with the same old ideas that they're just bouncing off the walls. But for Argentina, I think they've had a hit out against South Africa, Australia, New Zealand this year. They bring a different intensity that I'm not sure England are going to match. I mean, if England are losing at home to Fiji, albeit a warm-up game, I think Argentina are looking at that, and their emotion and their belief will be skyrocketing. And Pablo Matera Thomas Lavanini and those will definitely back themselves against England. So I back Argentina actually to definitely win that group based on that game.
Chris, I mean, what is it? I mean, we've talked about how bad England have been, and we just can't see how they come out of it. Do you give them much of a chance, or do you think Argentina's side are actually so settled and look so disciplined under Sheikha that just it's about them going out, sticking to their guns, and they get through the game relatively comfortably?
No, I don't think it is that straightforward. I know everyone's all over the RGs, which is probably sorry. I mean, you don't want to be back in England. No one would feel comfortable back in England, but I don't think it's that straightforward. I think because England still have the players. Actually, when I was there, the first 15 minutes they were actually fine until the rain came. They were totally dominating Fiji. I think they're not far away, but I'm not going to put my neck out and say Argentina definitely win this, because I see why people back in RG, but Argentina haven't been blowing the world away either in the last couple of years. So I'm on the right side of the draw to make a run. I'm on the fence with this game. I think Argentina will win, but don't be surprised if England do win. And I think there's a lot of upset people, because I think most people are going. I mean, I'm supporting RG, but don't be surprised if England do pick themselves up and wins this game.
Okay, well there we go. Yeah, I think it's an interesting shot. I personally I like the look of Argentina. I really think that if they can live up to if they can play to their ability, I think that they get through that game. Some other games that to look forward to are Italy versus Namibia, which I think Wes is on duty for. Ireland versus Romania, and if you guys have seen the Ireland team, I feel not a good time to be a Romanian fan. Ireland have gone basically full strength. And a pretty powerful bench as well. Australia versus Georgia. I think that's going to be a closer game than some people think. I think Georgia have got a team and they're nice and physical, so I think they can have a go. Looking forward to seeing this Chile side, because I'm actually going to be watching them next week Saturday, so we're going to have to scope them out and see what they do against Japan. And then Wales versus Fiji should be quite a cool game. Chris, I mean, Fiji are, in inverted commas, I mean, they go into the tournament as the highest ranked team in their group that has Australia and Wales. Do we buy into the Fijian hype, or do you think it's misplaced?
Well, I think losing Mance as a Caleb Mance, the playoff is massive. Yeah. I think he's the type of player that they needed for the type of game plan that they've been playing. I think I think we spoke about Fiji a while ago, and I always said it's just the backbone of Fiji. Like, they can run maybe for 60 minutes and then they fall off a cliff. But I saw Fiji side grow into a game against England and be quite disciplined, or quite physical. So I think they're going to give Wales a really, really tough scare. I think some people are still feeling that Wales are going to come through. But another one, as I said, another very close one. I really want Fiji to win.
Well, I mean,
but I think they have
recent results. I think the fly half is a big shot. I think recent results would put Wales in the favourites tag. The loss of the fly half is a big one. But let's talk a little bit about Wales. Now that you're back, welcome back, by the way.
Thank you, boys. Thank you. What it was, guys, it was that new AI tech. It obviously picked up.
A little bit of sound and World Rugby say no.
Silenced me there. Just a little no free speech for you. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah. So
no, go ahead, Steve.
But where's Wales? It's such a. I mean, I'm a big Wales fan. I like the team. I like a lot of their players, and I think that in the past they've had some nice. Yeah. They've had some. It's an easy team to get behind. What do we expect from them? Because I literally do not know if this is going to be a Welsh side that could. I feel like they could rock up. They could top their group, and they could even shock a few teams. They could also rock up, be pretty dreadful, and crash up pretty quickly. What do we expect from this Wales team?
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm there with you, Steve. Unfortunately, just it could be either the two extremes. You know, as you said, like, I really enjoy watching the Welsh play. They're such a proud nation, and they love their rugby. And I mean, if we think about it, 2019 they finished fourth overall. You know, they were the fourth best team. You know, in that tournament. And so we know it's been 4 years, and then they're not quite the team that was there, but. As you said, I think there's no expectations, and that can be dangerous. You know, sometimes teams can go in and write other teams off. But I think they will have a tough time against Fiji if Fiji play the rugby we've seen them been playing recently. And as you guys said, with the fly half out, it's a big loss. But I do hope the Welsh do well. You know, I think they're, as I said, proud, passionate side who love their rugby, and it's not great that they aren't just finding that gear.
Right, boys, it's time to put your figurative money where your mouth is. Because I'm going to look at the odds now, the odds on winners for the tournament, as well as the pools. And we're looking at there's a couple of this. So there's lots of markets, by the way. Oh, this is on Boyle Sports. So in fact, I'm actually going to set up my screen so we can actually share. We can actually have a look at this. Because I want people to start saying. I want people to start putting some predictions down. Who they think is going to go all the way. Who they're backing to be a bit of a surprise package. Maybe even getting some prediction of who's going to lift the coveted Webb Ellis Trophy. So I'm going to just push that on the screen in just a second. And
Making us sweat.
yeah, no, well, you
big
start panicking now, dude. Start
haven't even
panicking now.
kicked off.
Right.
Oh, panic has begun.
So these are the markets for the outright winners. So we have got New Zealand at 4.2. They are the bookies' favourites to win the World Cup, which is already an interesting shot. France at 4.35, South Africa at 4.5, Ireland at 6.2. So those are obviously the top four. Is that disrespectful to Ireland? Am I the only one that thinks it's pretty disrespectful to Ireland?
No,
Yeah.
I totally agree.
Yeah,
That's
no, I'm
they
with
should
you.
be in there with the same odds as France and South Africa. I think
To
it's
be
New Zealand
fair,
that should be 6. New Zealand should be at 6, and Ireland should be up there where New Zealand is. They should
Okay.
swap those two around.
Roots?
My
To be
opinion.
fair, though, Chris, Ireland don't really have much of a World Cup history further than the quarterfinal, so maybe that's also playing a slight factor, yeah?
I agree, and
Yeah.
that's something to say. But this Ireland team has proven what they're a proven bunch. Have we forgotten they just won the Grand Slam? They've just beaten
This Ireland team lost to Japan in 2019.
Reeds came to fight today. I love it. Yeah, look, that is the big thing, and even the bookies are definitely. That's obviously is something that even the bookies are saying is that they're saying that Ireland don't World Cup well. It's like the Pro Tours. The Pro Tours can go in playing the best cricket of their life. They're never going to be the favourites going into a World Cup because there is that mental thing. But I suppose, it's you've never won until you've won it type thing. So there's always going to be that one generation which breaks the duck. So. Yeah, I'll be interested to see if this is the one. After that, it's Australia at 14.5, England at 17.5, Argentina at 27, Scotland at 44, Wales at 45, and there's three teams who have absolutely apparently been completely written off. They are Uruguay, Romania, and Namibia, and they're all sitting at 3,001. So
Blasphemy. Come on. Surely we put a rand on there, on each.
yeah, I think I might put it around. I think I might put it around on everyone below, like Scotland actually or Wales. Japan's at 401, Italy's at 526. I want to put it around on all of these. What have we got to lose here? I think that's going to be my play for the
your rand. That's what you have to lose. Your rand.
A pure rand. By the time we get there,
bricks. Can we put some bricks on there? Can we submit bricks to Boyle Sports? Do they accept bricks yet or?
Yeah, or just some electricity, just buy some electricity or something, dude. But in terms of the pool winners, South Africa is the favourites to top pool B, New Zealand the favourites to top pool A, and Australia to top pool C. I might have a cheeky punt on Fiji there. England to top pool D over Argentina, but very, very close. First time winner, they reckon there is a 1.7 chance it will not be a first time winner. And this is interesting. A Six Nations team to win the World Cup at 1.8 saying no. So the bookies backing it to be a Southern Hemisphere side. So pretty much putting all their eggs in the South African and New Zealand basket, really. Yeah, that's a good point, actually. What do we think? Do we think Southern Hemisphere, Northern Hemisphere? Where are we going with this?
I think you've got to look at like Northern Hemisphere. For me personally, seems to be, but if you look at the number of teams in form, right? At Southern Hemisphere at the moment, yeah, South Africa, New Zealand, top form. Northern Hemisphere, though, yeah, exactly. In Northern Hemisphere, you've got your Ireland, your France. I mean, like that might be it as well. As we said, the Welsh team might be a bit of a surprise. Who knows? Biggest surprise would be England getting their shit together. Maybe this has been the ultimate mind game. Maybe Steve Borthwick's plan has been like, guys, listen, we're going to be absolute dog shit, and then we're going to kick it into gear.
Yeah, fair enough. So there's markets for absolutely everything over there in Boyles. There's markets for win. Every single team will bow out. A rugby championship team to win the World Cup. An all-Northern Hemisphere final. There's every market you could possibly think about. The top try scorer, by the way, this is what I wanted to find out. I want you guys to try and name the top 5 candidates for the top try scorer. There are 2 of them, 3 of them. This is wild, by the way. 3 of them are from the same nation in the top 5. Give me somebody.
Aronsa.
Okay, so there's no Aronsa. Mark Talea is there. That's 1. He's 3rd on the list. Join 2nd.
Damien Pinot.
Pinot's there.
Jordan.
Yeah, Jordan is the favorite.
Who do we have? We have Jordan, Talea,
Pinot.
We have the other 2.
Yeah. One is, as I said, 3 of them are from the same nation, so there's 1 more New Zealander. I'll be impressed if you try and guess them.
Leicester Fainganuku.
No, they're back in Caleb Clark.
The Surveyor. Hardy Surveyor.
Caleb Clark.
That's a huge shot for me.
Caleb Clark.
Wouldn't have guessed that one.
And then, come on, people, who is the 5th person in this thing? Come on, guys.
Pimpy.
No, man.
Oh, fuck, Steve, come on.
Cheslin Colby.
Thank you. Someone's on the Cheslin train. Cheslin Colby at 23 to be the top try scorer. Mapimpi's actually not far below. He has come in the top 9, as does Duan van der Merwe, Lester Panganuka, and James Lowe. So they're very much sort of backing all the New Zealanders. To be fair, Curtly Arnson is up there with a try scoring record like that. Why not? Yeah, but so there's lots of markets over there for you guys to get involved in. So go and make sure that you go and get your pre-tournament bets locked in. There's top try scorers per team, for example. There's top top point scorers for the tournament. There's everything and anything over there in BOYLESPORTS. So go and get yourself, have a bit of fun. That's what I'm going to be doing tonight. I'm going to be picking out a couple of fun bets and stuff like that. Right, chaps. So as we start closing it and wrapping up here. We are going to be doing, as you guys have hopefully seen, we are doing a Super Brew League. We are also doing a Fantasy League, and it is compulsory that the Forever Sports team do get involved. So I'm going to give, how many games do we have this weekend? I want some quick fire predictions, and then I want to see if there's a snake in the grass, and people are going to start changing their Super Brews after giving their predictions. But we have got 2, 4, 6, 8. We've got 8 games this weekend, so we can take 2 each. We're going to work right to left on my screen. So Rudy through to me. Rudy, you've got France versus New Zealand. You've got Italy versus Namibia. Give me your quick fire predictions.
France by 6. Italy by at least 17.
There we go. And that is quick fire. That's what I appreciate about Rudy. Comes in, the man knows what he wants. He's told Ireland that they're not going all the way. He's come and said Scotland not getting hammered. Short and succinct. I like it. Ireland versus Romania, Australia versus Georgia. Wes, what have you got?
Right. Well, I've got Romania to win by So Ireland to win by at least 20.
At least 20. Okay.
I think Ireland by at least 20, and then I think you've got Australia by 7. I do think I agree with you. I think it's gonna be a bit closer. I think Georgia got a pack. I think Aussies have struggled to find form. If they do find form, it could be a big scoring game. But yeah, it's all a big if.
Yeah, I mean, I don't remember asking for justification, but thanks for giving it anyway.
Cheapers. Wow. All right. There's my place. I'll stay in it.
Okay, so it's going Australia by 7 and Ireland by more than 20. I think you could double that margin and still be pretty safe. But if you're looking at the Irish side that has been named, it is childish. Chris, England versus Argentina, Japan versus Chile.
England, Argentina. Draw? No.
Oh, come on! Back the draw.
I'm going to go England by 2.
England by 2. Nice close game.
Japan by 10.
Japan by 10. I should see how Japan play. I mean, they've kind of fallen off a little bit, haven't they, since the last World Cup, where they were threatening to be quite a competitive side. So I think there might be a bit of a dark horse. Hopefully, not for the World Cup, but to hopefully try and create an upset or two. Right, okay. So then I've got South Africa, Scotland. I've got Wales and Fiji. I'm going to go South Africa by 12. And I'm going to go Fiji by 5.
Yes, man.
Yeah, and again, we've now all locked this on camera, so we'll have to see if the Super Brew picks change or if they don't. But if you are watching, I will be doing my Super Brew picks live on the channel, so you will be able to see exactly what I might even be giving out a fan pick so that I've got an excuse if I don't win the tournament. I can sit there blaming my fan pick. So tomorrow we are going to be having a Super Brew show. We'll also be having a fantasy show where I'll be going through my fantasy team, and I'm dreadful at fantasy. So basically, it's come and watch Steve and laugh at Steve at his fantasy team. So I definitely won't be giving any tips, but we will be doing that on the channel as well tomorrow. Tonight we've got the press conference from New Zealand, by the way, the eve of match press conference. That is on the channel. You can listen to Mark Slayer, Ian Foster. We will have more press conference on the channel tomorrow. We're also going to be having a World Rankings video coming up. By the way, gentlemen, this time next week, South Africa could be ranked #1. That is on the cards this weekend. And not even that, we don't actually have to do much for that to actually happen. So, exciting times ahead. Capman, the lesser capped Chris, Wildlife Wares, and we still need a nickname for you. We've got to find something here.
The Rude Meister. Yeah.
Hey, there it is. Man splashed up with the... Actually, I like that. You should have put that on your shirt. Gentlemen, thank you very much for your time. As always, please do go and enjoy your pre-World Cup beverages. Remember that it is a long World Cup. It is a marathon, not a sprint. You know, let's keep the livers functioning for the next 2 months. Let's make sure the phones are charged. Let's make sure the wives and the girlfriends are well aware of the lack of time that will be spent with them. I don't think that's a problem for at least 3 out of 4 of us here. But hopefully everyone's got all their mates and family on lockdown, and we're going to enjoy 48 matches across 2 months, and every single game will be live on Forever Sports. You're going to see Rudy and Wes on the channel this weekend. You will see Chris tomorrow. You'll see me every day, unfortunately for you. People, keep well, keep safe. Gentlemen, thank you very much. Enjoy the weekend ahead.
Thanks, Steve.
And to everybody else, we'll see you guys soon. And we are live. Hello and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports for today's Super Brew Picks show. I'm going to be doing this every single week and putting myself out there really to show you why I just generally don't do Super Brew, because I've just generally got apparently no I wouldn't say luck, because it is about skill. Apparently I've got no prediction ability. That is the main thing. That is basically the summary. But I thought it'd be a little bit of fun, you know. Throughout the World Cup, we do have a Super Brew league. We will also have a fantasy show. That's going to be in about an hour's time. And we're going to basically be picking a fantasy team together. So, yeah, basically what's going to happen for the next 20 minutes is that we're going to go through round 1. And I'm going to make some predictions on the matches. And I'm going to lock them in. Those are going to be my official Super Brew predictions. And so the big question that everybody keeps asking is, where do I find the league? Right, well... Then I'll about to put a message on the group or on the chat, so you can go join it. So if you have not joined it already, we'll put the link in the description as well. Go and join our Super Brew pool. We've also got a Rugby World Cup fantasy pool, and so I'm going to put a link in the description over there in the chat, so you guys can go and link up over there. And basically, the winner of the pool or of the entire league at the end will receive a supporters jersey of their choice. So you're going to come to us and you're going to say, I want a Springbok jersey, I want a Fiji sport jersey, whatever, and we will get you a supporters jersey in your right size and stuff like that, subject to availability, obviously. If we can't physically get our hands on a jersey wherever you are in the world, then we won't be able to do that, unfortunately. But we will endeavor to do our best to make sure that we can get you guys what you guys would prefer. And yeah, so what I would like to do as well is I would like to every week have a fan picked game, and so I think for this weekend we should make that the South Africa game. I'm happy. Yeah, I'm happy to do it. I'm happy to do that. So we're gonna basically, so I'm gonna put in a poll, and you guys will in fact we'll vote on a margin, and that was what I'll lock in for my official South African score predictions. So. We've got quite a few games to get through. I think 8 in fact over the next few days. Obviously, we'll be live tonight for the first World Cup opener, and coverage for that will get underway at about 7 o'clock this evening. So earmark that. In fact, this is going to be direct there. And yeah, you can come join us on the Watchalong. Hopefully, join us over the weekend. What's going to be quite a cool weekend ahead of rugby. We're going to be live for every single game. So plenty of content coming your way. If you missed it as well, the Scotland team has been announced. So that video is on the channel. So we have got the official Scotland team announcement, which we've done a bit of a reaction there. And yeah, obviously the official preview will be out later today, if not tomorrow. And then tomorrow's going to be an absolute stun of a day. There's just going to be, I mean, we've got 4 watch-alongs planned. We've got all these previews in for Sunday. We've got press conference that'll be coming on the channel as well. So there'll be a lot of content coming your way over the weekend. So looking forward to sharing the weekend with you. And then obviously a big watch-along happening on Sunday, where we will be at Barrels and Bottles for our official fan park. A post is going to go up on the channel very shortly with regards to all the details on Sunday. If you guys would like to come and meet the team and see what it's all about, we'll be at Bottles and Barrels on Sunday. And tonight, we will be at the Dross in Kailami. That was where our fan park will officially be tonight for the opening game, which should be very cool. So a big shout out for Dross. It was a bit of a last minute thing, but we will be broadcasting live out of the Dross in Kailami tonight, as well as live out of Barrels and Bottles on Sunday. So let's get into it, shall we? Let's have a look at some of the fixtures, and I need to start making some calls here. So I've got the Super Brew open over here, and we're going to go through it, and we're going to make predictions on all the the round 1 games, starting with tonight. And if you've never done Super Brew, it's pretty simple. You're just going to choose either a draw, or you're going to pick a winner, and you're going to choose a margin. You can go up to 120 points and stuff like that. So yeah, I'm just going to go through that for every single game, and then this game over here. In fact, maybe we should actually put that out. I'm sensing a South African victory, so I'm actually going to put that in the poll. Choose Steve's SA prediction, and I'm going to give you 4 options, and that's going to be SA by 4, SA by 6, SA by 10, or SA by 12. Those are going to be the 4 options I'm going to give you guys. So that's in the poll. So go and vote on what you think my pick should be for this game. It is the second last game of the weekend, so we will get down to it and make the final decision there. But I'm putting that to you people. You guys are going to make that vote. So if I lose the entire Super pool because of a fan vote, I will try not to hold a grudge and not hold it against you. But yeah, I thought had a bit of fun there. Connor says, are you doing the match tonight? Yes, I am. I'll be with you guys for tonight. I'll be with you guys for, I'm looking at my schedule over here. This weekend, I'll be with you guys for tonight. I'll be there for tomorrow for Ireland versus Romania at 3:30, as well as England versus Argentina in the week, in the evening. I'll also then be with you for the South Africa versus Scotland game on Sunday. Apart from that, Rudy will be with you guys tomorrow for Australia versus Georgia, and Wesley will be taking you through Italy versus Namibia, Japan versus Chile, and Wales versus Fiji on Sunday. So the 3 of us will be doing the watch-alongs. We will be having panels from Reza. You're going to see Mark on the panel in the live fan fox as well. So yeah, again, as we've been saying, we will be live for every single game of the entire World Cup, including all 8 matches this weekend. So I'm sensing a France victory this evening. So immediately I'm going, France by how many? I don't think it's going to be a runaway. So I'm thinking France by 6. I'm thinking I think it'll be a bit of a close game. I think that France might win by more than a try, not a converted try necessarily. I think that 6, obviously, I think 2 penalties could be a decent margin. I think the France practice is going to be too strong, so I think that they will have that ascendancy. And I think if they can find some penalties, New Zealand were guilty of being pretty ill-disciplined against the Box a couple of weeks ago, then I think that France will be able to capitalize that. So I'm going to go with France by 6. That's kind of where I'm sitting there. What are we thinking? If there are any decisions or predictions that you disagree with, let me know in the comments. Let me know what you guys have picked for that game as well. We're closing out almost 200 people in the pool, by the way. So hopefully we can try and get over 200 people. We will accept latecomers throughout the tournament as well. So yeah, hopefully we will get us to well over 200. I'd like to get it up to the 500. In fact, it'd be really cool by the end of the tournament if we had over 1,000 people on the actual prediction league. There is prizes on the line, so why not? Really, same as the fantasy. Fantasy is looking pretty small at the moment, so your chances are looking pretty good. It's up to 76 at the moment. That's been a big jump from this morning, but hopefully you guys will all come and join us there. But yeah, it's going to be quite a cool week or month, really, 2 months of this. And I'm a dreadful fantasy player, because I always forget to change my team, and I'm a dreadful predictor because I just generally always get it wrong. But for you guys, I'm happy to embarrass myself on a live stream for the good of the people, really, the good of the content. So I'm going with France by 6 in that pick. This for me, I see Italy really scoring a lot of points here. I think Italy are going to annihilate Namibia, to be honest. I think his Italian side is very capable of scoring points. In fact, Angie Capuzzo is going to be my first player into my fantasy team later when I do pick it. Yeah, let's see what everybody else reckons. But I think that's going to be for me. I think that's a very good pick for a fantasy team. He's playing on the wing this weekend, for example. World Breakthrough Player of the Year for a reason, and I think that I think he's going to score all the points, like literally all the points. And I think he's going to do a lot of this World Cup. In fact, I'm very excited to see exactly how Capuzzo does go in the World Cup. Such an exciting player, genuinely world class. I'm just busy making sure that my fantasy team is ready. She's pretty much ready to go there. But yeah, what are we thinking here? Give me some input here. So I'm going France by 6 for that game. For Italy versus Namibia, I think Italy could be putting plus 25 points in them, to be honest. Yes, it is a World Cup, so sometimes there are a couple of people who sometimes teams pitch up and stuff like that. I just look at the two sides, and I think that I very much think that Italy are on the up. So I'm going to go Italy by quite a lot here, to be honest. I'm going to go Italy by, maybe not by 25. I'm going to go Italy by 17. I think I do see Italy scoring a lot of points against Namibia. In fact, I'm going to go even bolder, Italy by 20. I think this Italian side can score tries. I think Montiel being back in there. I think Paolo Garbizzi is an exciting player. I think Andrew Capuzzo can create something out of nothing. So I'm going to lock in that Italy by 20. I do think they're going to score all the points. Ireland versus Romania. This is not a case of who's going to win. This is not even a case of. This is just a case of how many and whether we can go high enough. Ireland have gone borderline full strength against the Romania side, which are not going to be able to cope with them at all. We kind of know this. Romania deep down will know this. They'll be out there to put up a bit of a fight, and they'll be spirited in the beginning, maybe, but they're not going to compete overall. I'm genuinely looking at like Ireland by 35 here, and I think even it could be more. I think they could be putting 50, 60, 70 points against them. So, I mean, do we go brave? I mean, go Ireland by 40, for example. I mean, I could see this being like a 60-20 or a 60-10 result. I genuinely do. I don't see how Ireland don't put in 60, 70 points on Romania. They're that good at the moment. And it's a World Cup, so maybe Romania will be spirited of their first game, so they might be up for it. Maybe Ireland will be a bit rusty. But it's such a good Irish side. They've got such good players and try scorers. They've got the ability to score lots of points that I think it's going to be an absolute runaway, to be honest. This game, on the other hand, I don't think it's going to be a runaway. I think that Australia versus Georgia will be a little bit tighter. I do think Australia are going to win. But I'm sort of sitting here, again, at the sort of 7-8 point margin, to be honest. I think they will beat Georgia. But I think Georgia are quite a physical side that they won't go down without a fight. I think that they will give a reasonably good account of themselves, and I think they're gonna have a go. So I'm really hoping that they do try and surprise Australia, who are there for the taking, really, in terms of in terms of just not being close to their best at the moment. They have yet to win a game under Eddie Jones, and I mean, I think this will be their first game that they do win under Eddie Jones, but I've yet to really see Australia look, apart from maybe one half against New Zealand. I don't see how they get much better during the tournament to be point of contenders, but I do think they beat Georgia. I don't think it'll be as easy as possible. But what do we think? Do we agree? Do we not agree in terms of that? I'm just trying to make sure that my other show is ready to go, so that we are that we can sort of move from one into another. Yeah, I'm sitting around that 8-point margin, and it could be more. I mean, again, at the end of the day, we haven't seen a lot from Australia. So if they were to suddenly pitch up and put in a performance that their players are capable of, they've got world-class players, no doubt about that. Then maybe it could be quite a big margin. I do think Georgia are a side on the rise, and I do think that they're quite a stubborn side. And because they're physical and they're happy to defend, I don't think they'll necessarily be blown away. So that's why I'm going about 8. I think if I was Australia, I'd take any win, to be honest, right now. Absolutely any win. But I do think that Georgia will put up a fight. I think genuinely, as the game goes on towards the end, I think Australia might pull away a bit. I think it'll be a lot closer for a longer period of time than Australia probably would really like. Which is what the World Cup's about. We want to see teams, underdogs, going and competing and giving us things to think about and making other teams sort of sit up and take notice. And that's kind of the whole point, isn't it, of World Cups, is to create that doubt, create that upset, to make things competitive. So hopefully Georgia will become a bit of a side like that. I think that Tonga and Fiji are going to be a side like that as well. I think they're not going to be the necessarily walkover sides they were a few years ago. They've got a lot better players there. There are a couple of injuries which are definitely going to affect that. But I do think that they are looking at a much better side overall than they were 4 years ago and 8 years ago in previous World Cup editions. So I'm going to go with 8 from Georgia. See a couple of comments coming through there. Where's my chat gone? Sean Farrell says, I said Georgia will put up a fight. Michelle said, I think New Zealand game against Boxers have shown New Zealand their weak points and answers to needed questions. So I feel New Zealand going to come with a bang. New Zealand don't make the same mistakes twice. It's an interesting point. I think what was also interesting last night we were talking about is, France have got that home advantage, but could that in fact count against them? Could that maybe, could the occasion get to them? And we'll find out later, but I'm still backing a France victory. I'm backing Argentina victory here, and I'm actually thinking Argentina are going to win by about 5. I think it's going to be quite a close game. I think that England will pitch up and be a lot better than they have in the last few weeks. But Argentina have been playing good rugby. They've been growing. They've been getting better. I think that's the main thing. We've seen steady improvement from Argentina throughout the year. They're going into the side, not as underdogs, but in fact as favourites. And I think they'll get the job done against England on Saturday evening. I'll be obviously doing that watch along, so it'll be really cool to see Argentina beat England at a World Cup. That for me is going to be something really, I'm really looking forward to seeing if they can do that. Because I do think that they've got the win there. Japan versus Chile. Again, this is a bit of a how many. Chile are into the World Cup. And I'm going to watch them, by the way. Which is quite cool. So I couldn't say I'd ever told you I was going to watch Chile play rugby. If I was going to watch Chile play sport, then it was always going to be footy, wasn't it? So if we look at the rankings, Chile are ranked down in 22nd. Japan ranked at 14th. I do think this Japan side has dropped off quite a lot. I don't think it's the Japan we saw a few years ago who could really compete and put in the Brave Blossoms nickname was great when they're underdogs. But I kind of felt that after the last World Cup, it was their time to sort of move away from being the Brave Blossoms in terms of we punch above our weight and start shifting their mentality, but to embracing the fact that they're not a bad rugby nation. They've got, they're putting a lot of money into rugby. You look at how much money all the guys are earning in the top league and stuff like that over there. They're not short of money. So I'd like to see them almost be a little bit more, I don't say arrogant, but confident about themselves and stop sort of pigeonholing themselves as these sort of underdogs all the time and start considering themselves a tier 1 nation. It's a bit of an attitude change, Wales at the moment are ranked really poorly, but no one's ever going to say that they're a tier 2 nation. And I think that is a thing, a mentality switch that Japan need to make. So up against Chile, I think they will win, and I think I'm looking at about 12 points. We don't really know what to expect from Chile, do we? I can't say I've watched a lot of Chile, for example. I'd be lying if I said I did. I think that Japan, if they get going quite early, could put in quite a few points. I mean, this could be a 20-30 point win. But I'm nervous to make a big call on it because I've got zero information on Chile from my personal point of view. That's what I'm going to go with. I think that could be quite cautious. And in this game, right? So I've got votes in the comments, and we've got a winner. So I'm going to end the poll there, which means that I am picking South Africa by 10 from the looks of it. That is chosen by you. So if I lose this, then it's kind of your fault. But you guys have chosen my RSA 1, so we've got RSA by 10, so South Africa beat Scotland by 10 points. And then the final game of the weekend is Wales versus Fiji. And I don't see, the problem is I don't know what to expect from Wales. I really don't. I've seen some good things from them this year. I've seen some terrible things from them this year. I really like some of the Welsh players. I think they've got some really, really good players. I don't know. I think it's too soon for them to be able to sort of shift into the World Cup mindset and be able to compete. And this Fiji side is playing with a lot of confidence, but they have lost a couple of key players. So I think the upset is on the cards from Fiji, but I don't think it's going to be a lot. So I'm going to go Fiji by 4. I do think we're in for a close game. It's a bit difficult because you kind of don't expect... We're not sure what to expect from either side. Fiji beat England a couple of weeks ago. Therefore, you'd sit there saying, I reckon that they're going to hammer Wales. But Wales... Yeah, they didn't beat England, and a lot of people saying that shows you how bad that Wales side is. But that Wales side was playing the most experienced England side named in history, and that Welsh side had players making debuts, players playing out of positions. It was one of the most inexperienced young Welsh sides I've ever seen, and they made the England team look very average. I don't know how they didn't win, and some people were saying that should be need for an absolute meltdown. And Gwan Gatton absolutely ripped into them and said it was unacceptable. But I watched that game and thought, actually, there's some players here. There are some players here for Wales that are worth being excited about. And I think they haven't been able to put it together as a team just yet. But individual talent-wise, there are players there. So I do think that Fiji are going to win it. That's my sneaky suspicion. And it would be an upset. As much as, that they're ranked higher, for example. It's the highest Fiji have ever been ranked in their history. And I would consider Fiji versus Wales an upset, regardless of what's going on at the moment between both things. Wales are the victim of an absolute disaster of administration, and I think that has been a huge factor in their performances this year. But the nice thing about a World Cup is you kind of start to put everything off the field behind you. You get away from Wales, and you just try and focus on getting through the World Cup, making sure that you guys are as competitive as possible. And if they can do that, then I think they can still put up a fight. So I am backing an upset. I'm going to. It is an upset, but I'm going to continue to back it. So those are my picks then. If you guys can see that, I zoom in. I don't know if that helps at all. There we go. So we've gone France versus New Zealand. I've got France by 6, Italy by 20, Ireland by 40, Australia by 8, Argentina by 5, Japan by 12, South Africa by 10, and Fiji by 4. So I'm going to lock those in. And I'm not going to change them, so we will not be changing them. So don't worry, you can't call me a snake in the grass when all of a sudden, the picks come out and and those picks have changed. So we've got 187 people in the league. If you are not part of the league, go and join it right now and get part of it. I said you could win a supporters jersey, which is very cool. And that's it. We're going to be live in about half an hour's time. I'm going to be doing my fantasy team next, which is going to be even more of a bit of a joke, to be honest. But I'm a terrible fantasy player. In fact, I haven't played World Cup or Rugby Fantasy in about 8 years. So the last time I played, I think I was about 19. In fact, I don't even know. I'm not even sure if I did it in 2015. I think I might have. I think I did actually. So I was about 19 at the time, long time ago. So come and have a laugh with me in about half an hour as I pick my fantasy team. I've done zero research. So it's not going to be a fantasy show of of good information and good advice. It's just going to be a fantasy show of let's try and help Steve find a team. So I really need your support for it, actually, to be honest, more than anything else. And he kind of need you guys to pick a team for me. But yeah, we'll do it in about half an hour, so I'll see you guys then. Right, and now I think we are live. Hello everybody and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. And we are live for the first ever Rugby World Cup Fantasy Show, episode 1. And full disclosure, if you're here for some fantasy tips, you might get some, but I would be hesitant to take them because I'm giving them. And if there's one thing I am not particularly talented at, it is probably rugby fantasy. In fact, fantasy in general, I'm very bad at it. I'm very bad at forgetting about it. I'm very bad at forgetting to change my team and stuff like that. So it doesn't usually go well. But we are going to endeavor to do a bit better this year. We have got a league currently going, and we've got prizes as well, which is the main thing. So we are going to be giving away a shirt, a supporter shirt to whoever wins the league, which is quite cool. And so there's a bit of jeopardy out there, And so if you're looking to join the league, I'm going to put the description. I'm going to put the video in description in the video description. I'm going to put the league. That's what I'm looking for, Steve. Well done. You'll get there eventually. and then you can go and join the fantasy and come and join the party. And hopefully it will be a bit of a party, because yeah, at the moment, I just don't see it going particularly well for me, unfortunately. But we're gonna try. We're gonna endeavor to be better, and hopefully it should be a bit of fun, which is the main thing. So I was kind of hoping to get quite a few people on the stream, and it's been a little bit of unorganized, so we didn't really get to promote it much. Because yeah, fantasy is not really my forte. I haven't done it in a long time, and we are going to be using the Super Brew website. Because we are running a competition and therefore need to be able to contact our winners, which we unfortunately can't do. Oh, hang on, my show name's wrong. So there it is. Now it's correct. So we're gonna have a bit of a punt at this, and basically in terms of the Super Brew one, there is no prices, which is a bit frustrating because that kind of adds a lot to the game. So it is a much easier fantasy team to pick because there are no prices and stuff like that. The official Rugby World Cup fantasy does have prizes. However, it is much more difficult to contact the winners. And we don't want to be in a situation where somebody wins and we can't give them their prize. So that is why we've decided to go with the Super Brew version. And hopefully, yeah, that'll allow us to contact our prize winners and to make the best of the tournament itself. So what I'm going to try and do, I'm going to try to choose a 15 here. I can choose up to 4 players per team limit, and obviously in the first round there are unlimited transfers. Apart from that, there will then be 6 transfers allowed per week, which is quite a lot as well. So it does make things a little bit easier. But again, you know, this is not my forte, and so I make no promises as to how this is going to go. But immediately my eyes are on 3 potential fixtures where there could be some high scores, and that is Ireland versus Romania, Italy versus Namibia, and potentially Japan versus Chile. I think that the rest of the games could be quite close. So, you know, it's interesting when you look at like the 3 or the 4 or 5 most picked players. Thomas Ramos 29%, Colby at 28%, Van der Merwe at 24%, Duan, Will Jordan at 20%, James Lowe at 16%. James Lowe is the only one on that list for me who I think makes a lot of sense. I would like to have a lot of Irish players and Italian players. I'm potentially going to have 8 of them in my side check, because I do think those are going to be the biggest results, and so I'm going to put all my eggs in those baskets, really. So we're going to start with the back 3, and immediately I'm going to pick, I'm going to be putting Andrew Pritzo into that side. He's playing on the wing this weekend, and I will in fact be putting, I want to go James Lowe. Where do I go with my Ireland? I want to have an Ireland wing. I think it'll be silly not to have an Ireland wing. But the question is, do I want to go James Lowe, or do I think that a better call could be Keith Earls at 14? I think James Lowe. I'm probably going to go with James Lowe. Actually, it sounds a bit more. I thought about Keith Earls just because he's a bit of an outside chance. He'll only be picked by 1%, so it'd be a bit of a differentiator. But let's maybe go with James Lowe. I also think that after that, I think that we've got some very nice players in there. I mean, Mark Nwangani-Tuase, for example, I think it's a very good idea. Ches and Colby is obviously very popular to be picked. Ches and Colby's up against Duan van der Merwe this weekend, so it'll be interesting to see which of those two might have a better chance. I think you'll also be silly by not having Will Jordan. So I'm going to have Will Jordan in my side. And then I'm also going to throw in... I'll throw in Matsushima, to be honest, from Japan. I think that Japan versus Chile game could be quite high scoring. So those are my 4 outside backs so far. I only got to my centers here. And I can't look any further than Gary Ringrose. I think he's absolutely brilliant, and I think he'll score tries this weekend. After that, I would like to go with Semi Radradra, because I think Fiji are playing some good rugby, and I'd be keen to see what he can do up against that Welsh side. I'm not going to put a South African and centre in here. I am tempted by a Sami Karevi punt. In fact, I think I am going to go with the Sami Karevi punt. I think Radradra could find himself on the bench for this weekend. But if Fiji are playing good rugby in that pool, will be interesting. So going to my fly halves here, for me, it has to be Johnny Sexton. And for future games, I'm then going to be probably throwing in a Richie Mwanga. I I think tonight's game is going to be quite close. So, but I think Sexton's going to be doing a lot this weekend, and I think that yes, he might not play a full game, but I think he'll be quite heavily involved. And I'm going to go with Santiago Carreras as well as my other fly half. I think that he's going to be quite involved in Argentina, who I think could beat England. So from a scrum half perspective, I mean Anton Dupont, you just have to have him, don't you? You know, so it is very boring. It's not necessarily a differentiator, I suppose, but yeah, for me, I find it difficult to just not have him. I'd be interested to see if anybody's got, like, you know, for example, gone with. I mean, if you look at some of the other ones, I mean, Georgia versus Australia. I mean, I think that, you know, there could be a couple of. That's where I think, you know, fantasy obviously gets quite interesting, is sort of choosing those outside picks, which I'm not very good at. I tend to try things and try and get creative, but they don't usually go particularly well. So I've got Anton Dupont, and I'm going to put in. I'm going to throw in Gareth Davies there for now. I like what he's been looking at. Right, loose forwards. For me, you have to have an Artie Severe, and you have to have a Gregory Aldred. I think those two probably have to be in there. I've now got 3 French players, 4 French players. No, only 2 French players. Okay, so I'm doing all right. That's my first All Black player, by the way. Apart from this, I am a massive fan of Lorenzo Canone, and I think that he's got the opportunity to score some points. So I'm going to throw in another Italian player there. And after that, I tell you what, Jean-Martin Gonzalez knows how to score a try. So and gets around, does a lot of work as well. So I'm going to throw him in there as well, ahead of Pablo Matera and Marcus Kramer. Marcus Kramer's going to make a lot of tackles this weekend, there's no doubt about that. But I think Jean-Martin Gonzalez, for me, is a young player that is on the rise and only going to get better. When it comes to your locks, Etzebeth, Itoje, Skelton are your big picks there. I'm going to throw in a Thibaut Flement. I think that he could be quite busy this weekend. I'm also going to be throwing in a... who else do I want to throw in there? It's difficult not to have Eben in there, so I'm going to throw in Eben. I think it's my first African actually going in there. So I'm going to put Eben Etzebeth there. And after that, I'm probably going to throw in a... I feel like I've got to have an English player. Do I want to go with Mario Toje, who I have not been particularly impressed with? Or do I want to go and find somebody a bit different? Not really backing too many Japanese forwards here. Trying to think of... where are we at? Will Skelton, who's been looking a lot better, is captaining the side as well. I'm going to go with Ty Burner. I think he's actually on the flank this weekend, so I think that could be quite a nice little thing. Right, and then up front, well, hookers, you've got to go Malcolm Marks. Doesn't matter, you know, what you think. And I'm actually going to go Junior Montoya as well. I think that he's tremendous. And in terms of my props, I can't look any further than Steven Kitsoff. I'm going to go with another Argentina prop in Thomas Garro as well. And then I need one more prop. I'll tell you what, Neil Tupou is back in the mix, so I could be going with him there. So that is my squad at this stage. What are we thinking? Any feedback here? Anybody got any tips here for me? Any ideas here? So at the moment we've got in the pack we've got 3 South Africans, we've got 2 French players, we've got 1 Italian, 1 All Black, 3 Argentinians, and Australia. We've got no English players. I just don't back England at the moment. No Welsh players in the pack. I do have Gareth Davies at scrum half. This has been a very quickly thrown together side as well, by the way. So it's probably not going to do particularly well. Josh van der Fleer would have been a particularly good pick. I'm actually wondering about trying to get a Fijian in here, and I'm wondering about taking out Lorenzo Canone and potentially putting in. I mean, Boccia is a phenomenal player. I might actually do that. I'm going to actually throw in Boccia there. I want a Fijian in there. Tupou, in fact, actually worries me. I'm actually going to replace him with not Angus Bell. I'm actually going to replace him with... in fact, no, I'm going to replace him with Angus Bell. I'm a bit worried about Tupou's fitness. Hasn't played as much rugby as you'd like going into this. The obvious person to have an Andrew Porter, but I've already got Irish players in there. so that's taking a while to go. I'm just going to try and save that and see and come back and see if I can add Angus Bell in there, because this is now all frozen, which is not part of the plan here. It's very difficult to choose a team, people, if the platform doesn't work. So first, I was thinking, why not target the matches we'll score more points? Yeah, so the only thing, where I am a bit hesitant is I feel like I should have some Japanese players in it, because I feel that, those are the 3 games that are going to be quite high scoring. And I don't seem to have done that very well. I've got Matsushima, who I think, oh great, that is exactly what we want to see. Now the question is that when I refresh this, is it going to come back with a full team, or are we going to be in trouble? So this is just perfect. Here I am trying to pick my fantasy team, and the entire bloody site has gone down. Probably because lots of people like me are busy desperately trying to get their picks in last minute. Okay, my squad has been saved apparently. I do, however, want to go to my transfers. I want to change to Natupo. I want to put Angus Bell in there. I'm a big fan of Angus Bell. I think he's going to have quite a big tournament. I think the fact that James Slipper has basically been removed as captain because Angus Bell is going to be starting most of the games, in fact, probably all the games, for me, is a pretty good indication of just how highly rated he is and how good he is. He's a great scrummager, proper scrummager. This side is just not happy, by the way, and very good in the loose as well. So hopefully he's gonna be a bit of a draw card there. Carl says, where's the link for the Super Brew? I'll put it into the comments right now. Why is my internet doing this? It's just typical on the bloody day of... and I'm not even downloading anything, so I've got no idea what's happening with my internet here. So we are going to try and get this out very shortly. There we go. Super Brew seems to be back. Is my live stream back? Well, we didn't go down, but everything on my actual browser seems to be panicking a little bit. Right, so we are back. So I'm going to unhide this. There it is. I'm going to be taking out Tupo. I'm going to be trading him for Angus Bell, his prop partner. Yeah, and understand that. That's why I'm... yes, thank you. And Angus Bell in. Let's complete those transfers. I'm pretty happy with that. So... yeah, so if we look at my team over here, and I'm going to have to resize this slightly. Give me a second just to resize it. Right, so that is the team as it stands. I can make some substitutions though. So I think the biggest thing for me, as I said, I want to try and target those games which are going to be pretty high scoring. So I do think Italy are going to score lots of points. I think Ireland are going to score a lot of points. So I think I need to get as many Italian players and Irish players into this lineup as possible. Which might not be a good tactic, could be a good tactic. We wait and see. So, for example, already on the bench, I'm wondering about Matsushima. I'm wondering, and it's a huge shot, but I'm thinking of taking out Will Jordan and putting in Matsushima. Which is a huge shot, because how do you leave out Will Jordan at the try scoring record he has? I'll tell you why, because I just think that France are going to win tonight. I've just got this feeling about France. In the centers as well, I think that I'm going to take out Sami Radraja, and I'm going to put in Karevi. I think that's that for me is going to make sense. DuPont at 9, 6 and a 10, very happy with that. My loose trio, I want to get Ty Byrne in here. And I'm thinking of getting him in here ahead of Gregory Aldred. Oh, sorry, Ty Byrne is sitting in a lock. So actually, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put Ty Byrne in here for Thibaut Flamen. There it is. And Gonzalez, João Gonzalez, and Aldred. I'm actually going to keep Gonzalez into my side. I am going to take out Gallo and put in Bell. I think that... right, that looks very... I thought I'd have more Italian players in here. Maybe I need to go find more Italian players in here. I think I do need to find more Italian players here. I think I need to go get Lorenzo Canoni. Maybe in for Bottia. I think that could be a plan. I'll tell you what, Giacomo Nicotera is also a good shout at hooker. but Malcolm Marx as well. Right, where can I get some Italian players? I mean, I could be looking at putting Montana Awani into a James Lowe position, for example. Maybe going and getting Ty Furlong instead of an Angus Bell. Or even Andrew Porter, I think could be. Obviously, there's a lot of ball carrying up against the Romanian side. We might not be able to cope with his physicality. So Andrew Porter could be a decent shout for this particular weekend. I think I might do that. So I think I'm going to put Monty Awani in here. I think I'm going to bring in Lorenzo Canoni for potentially Gregory Aldred, actually. Yeah, I think we're going to do that. I think we're going to go do that. Okay, so we're going to go to transfers. So this will be resized slightly, so I apologize if you can't see it properly. But what do we say? So we're going to be taking out Will Jordan, and we're going to be putting in Monty Awani. Yeah, I'm going to go Moani. Matsushima Kaputsu. No Irish wings is a huge shout there. I don't know if I could do that. I don't know if I'm in good conscience I could do that. No, I've got to have an Irish wing. I've got to have an Irish wing. Yeah, so I'm going to keep James Lowe. Italian centers maybe. No, I want more Italians in the side because I think they're gonna hammer Namibia. Don't maybe Varney, but I mean it's DuPont. How do you leave out DuPont? Okay, what I am gonna do, I'm gonna take out. I'm gonna take out Aldred. In fact, no, I'm not gonna take out Aldred. Aldred has to play. Yes, I think that France could. I think if France is gonna win, I think that he's gonna be one of their best players in the tournament. So I'm going to take out Bottia. I'm going to put in Lorenzo Canoni. I'm going to start potentially those three. I might actually leave out Artie Sevilla, which is a big shout. I'm going to put Lorenzo Canoni into there. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to take out Julian Montoya, and I'm going to put in Giacomo Nicotera. But at the same time, I want Malcolm Marx to start. Tell you who I could be looking at. I could be taking out a Ty Berman and putting in putting in Lorenzo Canoni. Or Federico Raza. That could be an interesting shout. I think that's exactly what's going to happen here. I'm not going to go to Canoni. I'm going to go to Federico Raza. So I managed to put 3 more Italians into there. But I don't think I'm going to start Nicotera. So, yeah, okay. So we're going to make those transfers here. And then we're going to go see who we could fit in here. We're going to go to the starting 15, and I'm going to put in Raza ahead of Tyg Byrne, which is a big shot. I'm not quite sure it's the right shot, but I'm going to do that. Canoni, Gonzalez, Artie Sevilla. I'd like to bring in Gregory Aldred, and I think I'm actually going to bring in place of Artie Sevilla. Huge shots, but I mean, your loose forwards are always such a difficult one, aren't they? Then I've got DuPont, Sexton, Ringrose, Lowe, Matsushima. Yeah, I'm quite happy with that, actually. But having no All Blacks player is a bit of a problem. I think Matsushima against Chile could score tries. If Jordy Barrett was playing, I'd be putting him in the centres. But he's not. I think Sexton has to be my fly half, and he will be my... so my captain, I'm going to captain... I want to captain Kaputsa. I'm really gonna back my Italian side. I'm gonna captain him, and my vice captain is going to be Low. I'm gonna captain my 2 wings. And in fact, I'm actually gonna vice captain Ringrose. Then my kicker is going to be Sexton. Pretty confident about that. And I don't really have a backup kicker. I don't feel like I need one. Because Sexton is playing. He is going to kick. He's going to score all the points. So... yeah, I mean, in theory, DuPont be my backup kicker. Not he won't. So Sexton, so I'm not a backup kicker, so we need to sort that for. So that's kind of what I've got here, people. Not convinced about it, must admit. It has been thrown together quite quickly, but the main thing is I've managed to put 3 Irish players in. I've got 3 Italian players in here. I've got 2 French players. I've got 3 South Africans. I've got 1 Argentinian player. I've got 2 Australians. I have backed all the teams who I think are going to win this weekend. Heavily backing the ones who I think will score more points, with the exception of Japan, but I'm not quite sure where else to be able to put them in. So yeah, we're gonna save that, and that's gonna be the team. Not sure if it's gonna be a good team or a bad team. We'll have to wait and see, won't we? But that is the team. We are backing Kaputsa to bring home the bacon with regards to all the points there as my captain. So let's see. In terms of, we've got 90 people in the fantasy. We'd like to try to get over 100. So if you are new, I will put the link in the comments right now, and we're going to put both links into the description so that we can get you guys into here as soon as possible. So I'm going to quickly put in the link. Here it is. So if you are looking for a fantasy to join, come and have some fun. You can win a jersey. Carl says, love your rugby knowledge, bro. Watch it every day. Thank you very much. We're saying terrible. I'm gonna look at yours. Don't you stress. I'm gonna go and have a look at the Forever Sports team fantasies and see what everybody has to say. I'm pretty sure you'll probably be close to the bottom, given the fact you start with a W. So there's the only W you're taking this tournament is the fact that your name starts with one. After that, you're in trouble. Big trouble. And I'm not even seeing you over here. Where are you? I want to see. I've got to like basically bookmark your profile so I can go and laugh at whatever's happening when the games all goes out later. So we'll see, Wes. We'll see. Yeah, as I said, this is a roll of the dice. This is a team that's been done with zero research and not much planning, to be honest. We've just thrown together a bunch of players, and we're gonna hope they're gonna come good. There are people that's been absolutely ages, hours and hours, in fact, researching their teams and doing that. I'm not that person, as we've just seen. But we're going to roll the dice, and we're going to see if that works. So we'll see you guys on Wednesday. We'll be doing this again. We actually might do a Monday morning review of the fantasy and see how everybody went and what the chat is and who's sitting on the top of the leagues. So let's go and see that. Let's go and see it next week. But apart from that, smash like the video, subscribe to the channel, and I'll see you guys in about 4 hours' time for the build-up of France versus New Zealand in the Rugby World Cup opener. We'll be broadcasting live out of the Jos Kalami, so we'll see you guys all then. And yeah, see you soon. Right, good evening, everybody. Welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports, and it is the final match of the day. It is the biggie. It is the match that we've been waiting for the entire day, and for me, this is the match which is going to see Argentina beat England at the World Cup. I cannot look further than Michael Checker's lads tonight, and I think this could be an absolute cracker. It could be the game of the weekend so far. And we've had a very interesting day. We've had some pretty high-scoring games. We've had 4 matches, all with bonus point wins so far. So high scoring has been the name of the day. Let me not die first up. And yet, this could be the lowest scoring affair and yet the most entertaining, because we have got former World Cup champions and Rugby Goliaths in England taking an Argentina side who, for me, cannot be characterized like previous Argentina sides. I think that they're a side that have got as much talent, some of the best Argentina sides we've seen, but have got an element of discipline and consistency that we have not yet seen from Argentina enough in history. They've always been a good side. They've always been capable of good results, but they're not always, for me, challenged in the way that maybe they should have. I don't think it's a playing personnel point of view either. I don't think that's sort of their big issue. I don't think it's they've never had the players. I just think that they've, for the challenge within Argentina rugby, for example, not playing enough time together, all those sort of things. I don't think they've ever managed to sort of match the expectations and the performances to the talent, and I really get excited about this side, and I think Michael Cheika is getting a lot of things right with his Argentina side, and that's exciting. That is exciting. There's no doubt about it. And who wouldn't want to see Argentina competing? Who wouldn't want to see Argentina going and beating England? To be honest, I mean, I'm sure England fans would probably disagree, but everybody loves to watch Argentina, don't we? They're like everyone's second side. It's a really cool team to get behind. Some fantastic players. Julio Montoya, for example, the captain, heroic type sort of character, very much talismanic captain. You've got your Marcus Clemens, you've got your Pablo Materas, you've got your Emiliano Buffelis, then you've got your Lucio Cintis, for example, young outside centre, really exciting player, keen to see. You've got Aurelio Ballo, for example. I mean, he's an absolute live wire lucid prop. So they've got everything. They've got so many different reasons to be excited, and good reasons to be excited. And then we look at England, and it's an England side in a bit of disarray. They are very much in a building period in various commas because they've had less than a year with Steve Borthwick, and that's not the players' fault, not even the coach's fault. But unfortunately, you can't really use those excuses. You can't sit there and say, oh well, we can justify it being bad for several years because we made these decisions. You made these decisions, and the reason you made these decisions was supposedly for the good of the team. And therefore, if it's not working, and if everything's actually going backwards, it was the wrong decisions. And that's an interesting position to be in, in terms of having to acknowledge that they are the wrong decisions to make. So, an interesting game ahead. Now, first things first, I would like to ask that a couple of people subscribe so we can get past that 40,000 subscriber mark. It's been up to 40,000, down to 39,000 for the last 20 minutes, and that's really frustrating me. So if we could just quickly get ourselves past that 40,000 subscribers mark, we're well past. So over 150 people watching at the moment. If 3 or 4 of you could just subscribe just to get us a bit further over that mark, that would be very, very good. Right, next things next, I want you guys to vote in the poll. We've got a poll asking who will win this clash. Argentina currently leading it with 66%. When would you have ever thought that Argentina would be leading a poll to be the favourites, really, in inverted commas, to beat England in the World Cup? I don't think too many of us would have. But that shows you two things. First of all, that Argentina are no longer a bit part side, no longer a side that are there to create upsets. They're a side that are coming here to compete. I think they could generally find themselves quite far down into the competition. And I think that they need to believe that they can get there. I think Michael Cheika believes that they can get there. But I think that I think there's a certain amount of belief within the team itself as well that they can also get there, which is very exciting. So yeah, I mean, as I said, there's a couple of very cool players. Eduardo Beshu, for example, in the front row, I'm a big fan of him. If you look at something like a Francisco Gomez Dela, I'm keen to see what he can do. But John Martin Gonzalez, that for me is a player to watch. I think he is so good. I think he is going to be absolute. I think he's already world class, but I think he's going to be an absolute star, a potential superstar. To be honest, whenever I watch him, I'm just sitting there thinking, this could be one of the best Argentina players I've ever watched. I mean, the composure and the class he's got at 22 years old. He's 23 this year, only in November as well. Plays in the Premiership. He's already. I mean, he's a big lad. He's about just taller than me. He's about 105 kgs, and he's already got 25 caps for Argentina. He's already got 25 caps to his name, and he's going into a World Cup now. He made his debut 2 years ago at 20 years old, and he's just joined the Saracens, for example. So he's going to be playing the Saracens next season. So he's a really exciting player. I mean, he's been playing Premiership since 2021. He was playing for the Jaguars, got that London Irish contract, now moves to the Saracens. So he, for me, is a really exciting player to watch. Lucio Cinti, also very exciting young player. Santiago Chucabares in the centres there. Santiago Carreras. There's just so many players that you can sort of try and pick out. The lock combination of Matias Alemano and Thomas Labanini. They've got stars, not stars, like plural. And I haven't even mentioned, the man of the team for me, Emiliano Boffelli, who I personally think could have been in the contention for World Player of the Year last year. That's how much I rate Boffelli. A world-class goal kicker, for example, and just a world-class player. Let's go to chat. So Chat Sports saying they need to start fast. Eugene was saying Box were doing badly for 2019 World Cup and did okay in the end. Maybe England will throw caution to the winds after the lousy build-up. Brooks saying England seem to get worse and worse every match they play. Dreadful team. Chatsport saying England need points on the board, easy to have a good game, otherwise they run. Early to have a good game, otherwise they run out of steam. Stephen Van der Space saying England should take this. They have BMT, we're about to find out on to. And then William Diago, by the way, who is a Forever Sports member. So I think it's the first time I'm seeing you since you've joined the members club. So welcome to the members club. William saying, hi guys, so we are all Argentina tonight. Correct. That is the way we're going here, Vamos is what we're going to be looking to shout. So Vamos los Pumas is where I'm at anyway. I'm obviously going to be backing our Southern Hemisphere buddies. I also really like the players. You know, I've spoken to a couple of them. We've gone to a couple of press conferences. Michael Checker, he's a bit of an odd character, but very nice guy. Very entertaining in press conferences. I think he has calmed down a little bit. But yeah, so we're going to look at the two teams in a little bit. We've got our player profiles, so we're going to sort of take you through them and see exactly who's playing where and who's who in the zoo. We'll start with the home side for tonight, which is England, and then we'll show you the Argentina side. So this is who Steve Borthwick are backing to try and sort of just turn things around. We've yet to really see anything, I personally think. I don't think we've seen anything really from this New England side that would warrant any sort of hype. So yeah, they've got good players. There's no doubt about it. I think George Ford at 10 is going to make a big difference. I do think he's their best flower half. So their players are there. But, I mean, for example, something like a Mario Itoje has not played well this year. And how do you make a world-class player like Mario Itoje not play well? So they've got lots of issues there. And they need to try and find a way to get the best out of their players. And in terms of the 23 players that need to get the best out of them, these are the ones. So those are the lads that will be taking on Argentina this evening. And in terms of some key players, I think, for England, Ellis Genge is a player who on his day is second to none. He really is absolutely world class when he gets it right and when he's on and so on. We haven't really seen it lately, though. We haven't seen the Ellis Genge, who is not only a solid scrummager, but is devastating with ball in hand. Somebody that likes to run over people. Somebody that likes to take a half gap. He's got a very good turn of pace as well. So I'd like to see more out of Ellis Genge this evening. Mario Toje was destined to be an England captain, for example. You know, they sort of really race and they're sort of this next big world class, one of the best players in the world. We've not seen that from him this year. And the best players do it in the big occasions. So, you know, those two players are players that need to step up. Corey Laws is captaining the side. He is very much a lead by example type captain. He's not very vocal. He's not that sort of big personality type person. He's quite reserved, but he's a world class player, and he's got to try and galvanize this team. Now, whether he's doing it by putting in a man of the match performance, or whether he literally has to decide, right, I know it's out of my comfort zone, but I need to go out and I need to actually get these guys going. They need to understand that, you know, there's a lot on the line, and that we can't afford not to rock up tonight. So there's a certain amount of that I think he needs to take a bit of responsibility for, and I'll be interested to sort of see how he managed that this evening. In terms of the backline players, Alex Mitchell's an interesting player. Just see how that sort of combination with George Ford goes. Martin Olagi is the go-forward ball, and there needs to be go-forward ball tonight from England. So he needs to have a big game. Elliot Daly's a British and Irish Lion. You know, he's got to also step up. And then you look at like Johnny May, devastating pace, and Freddie Stewart, who's young, but has become pretty key to this team. Tom Curry as well. I feel like, you know, the last couple of years, he just hasn't quite lived up. I mean, I thought Tom Curry was going to be one of the best players in the world, and he just hasn't quite lived up to it just yet. And so we'll wait and see how it goes this evening. But, you know, those are players who I think really need to stand up. And if they do, I think that will go a long way towards them getting the result over Argentina. Now, in terms of the Argentina players they have to beat, it's a pretty good side named by Michael Cheika. It's a nice mix of experience, youth, and some very exciting young players. So in terms of the Argentinian players that were looking to try and beat England in the World Cup this evening, this is who Michael Cheika has backed. Right, so there we go. That is the Argentina side. And as somebody mentioned, a very interesting point. It's a young side, but it's an experienced side. There's nobody that's really that new. It's not like, for example, a Kane Moody for South Africa. He's played like 7-8 tests. It is a side that has got quite a lot of experience, especially in key positions. And even the young players are quite established in the team. I mentioned Jean-Martin Gonzalez, and he is a young player, 22 years old, but he's been playing for 2 years. He's pretty well established within this side. So it's a side that are full of experience in the right places. It's some fantastic players, just all over the place. And so in terms of players that I'd like to pick out, as I said, I think Thomas Gashford is a fantastic player. And I think that he's going to be. I think that he's going to be very important across this. I think that Eddie's Gange. I mean, they're quite similar players in many ways, Eddie's Gange and Thomas Gashford, because they're loose head props. That look at that stadium, by the way. Absolutely, must say, I cannot wait to go watch a match there. We'll be watching South Africa versus Romania. Sorry, it's on a bit of a sidetrack. It just looks so cool. But they're players that like ball in hand, for example. They're quite a good turn of pace, and they're exciting to watch. And it'll be interesting to see that how both of them sort of pack down. You've got Francisco Gomez Cadella on the other side. You've got Dan Cole, very experienced, sort of veteran, a tight head prop. And there is Julian Montoya from earlier. Pretty stern look on his face. And heads was the call from Courtney Laws earlier, who went there in his socks. Right to left, says Courtney Laws, right. Yeah, very serious is Julian Montoya. Absolutely, I think he's an absolute character. Happy to call out other players and stuff like that. Very, very cool. Very cool player. So in terms of, I said, mention some of the players. The tight five is important, and Thomas Davanini needs to obviously keep his discipline in check. But that loose trio it's hard to look past the loose trio as the ones to watch. All three of them: Pablo Matera, Marcus Kramer, Jean-Martin Gonzalez. You've got the experienced Pablo Matera, the absolute relentless work rate of Marcus Kramer, and then you've got the youth, the exuberance, and the exciting. And a bit of X factor in Jean-Martin Gonzalez, and I really like the fact that they've tailor-made this loose trio to suit each of their strengths. If we then look at the halfback Pedro Gonzalo Bertrand plays at rugby in the URC. He will partner Santiago Carreras. They're going to be very important. Carreras is wasn't even a fly half a couple of years ago, and he's been converted into this fly half to sort of get him because they saw something in him with regards to how they can get them playing. So, yeah, and it's been quite good. Mateo Carreras, though, his namesake, a pretty good wing over there. But for me, the centre pairing is also very exciting. Santiago Chocobares and Lucio Cinti, very, very exciting combo. And Cinti, for me, is got a great future ahead of him. Very keen to see what he can do. You then got the world-class Emiliano Bafeli at 14. Jean-Cruz Malia back from that ban. And also, can we just have a moment of appreciation, as always, for that jersey? This Argentina, I've got to get myself one. I threaten every single year to get myself an Argentina jersey, and I've yet to go and get one. I've got to go get one, don't I? It's becoming like, I don't think I even have an option. I have to go and get one. So England, the pre-anthem jacket's quite nice, and they're playing in their away strip tonight, which is the black one. It's just as well because that white was absolutely terrible. What are you saying in the comments here, people? Jan says, hope Argentina wins, and Kelly says Argentina's squad is so young, but at the same time experienced. Jesse Erasmus says, hope Argentina and Fiji pull it through. Stephen says, so what's with Moody? I believe he's light injury, is super talented, pretty not playing tomorrow. Apparently a bit of a hamstring injury, and nothing too serious. And Saintler saying, we all Argentina. Right, well, there we go. Argentina does seem to be, jeepers. Marcus Kramer, look at him. Big man, big physical presence, and he looks up for it. Emiliano Bafeli's got that stern look about him. He'll be he'll be operating the 990s off the tee tonight. I tell you what, this Argentina side just look up for it, don't they? Big game, possibly game of the weekend. This is what we're talking about. And what we're going to see is can Argentina live up to expectation, actually? I'm going to say it. Can they live up to expectation? For me, I'm not expecting them to win, but they should win. For me, they are the favourites. So for me, if England win, it's a bit of an upset. Not a massive upset, but an upset. I think that they are the worst of the two teams. They're ranked lower, and I think that, player for player, team by team, the way they're playing, I think Argentina's side is better. And therefore, there's a certain amount of expectation that this Argentina plays better and goes on to win. And sometimes we're not always given that expectation to Argentina, and I think it's about time we need to start holding them to a higher standard. And maybe, I don't know if that sounds weird, if that sounds harsh, but they're good enough. We need to stop thinking of them as this guest in the Tier 1 nation club. They've beaten New Zealand a few times in the last few years. They've beaten us. They've gone and beaten some Northern Hemisphere sides over there as well. It's a good Argentina side, but now they've got to start proving that they are consistently at that level. And quite a few seats here and there at the stadium over there in Marseille. It's a beautiful stadium. Looking at the media area at the top there, which is where I will be watching the SA Tonga game. I'm going to be miles up there, aren't I? Japers, me. That's going to be fun. Caden says, hello all, come on England. Right, well, Caden, you might be a little bit in the minority, but that doesn't mean you have to go away. You can stay here, but I think a lot of us are rooting for our Southern Hemisphere compatriots in Argentina. But I'd just like to see some good rugby. Choir is out, the Argentina anthem is underway. Yeah, Marcus Kramer had a ban for a while, so quite literally licking his lips to get back out there. Yeah, I was banned for a lot of the entire rugby championship, so we haven't seen a lot of him this year. But whenever Argentina seem to have these world-class performances, when they create these upsets, when they have those massive moments, how often is he sitting there making 60 tackles and how many carries and stuff like that? He is always one of the star players in some of those iconic Argentina performances of late. Pablo Matera with a bit of a smirk on his face. We all know how good he can be if he gets into the mood. That's interesting. Michael Cheika sings the anthem. On one of these cameras they've got, jeepers me. First of all, they're very, very close in here, but the quality of these cameras are pretty impressive. I'm not sure you guys want to see me in that kind of resolution, but credit due, it looks pretty good. Right, the Argentina anthem is finished, and we will now be moving to the England national anthem. God Save the King, the first time that's going to be sung in a World Cup ever, by the way. In case you didn't know that. So obviously the Rugby World Cup only starting in the late 1900s, right at the late 1900s. So it has always been God Save the Queen whenever they've been at... and Kate is over there, sitting next to Mr. Sir Bowen, the head of World Rugby. Well, I think we all probably would have liked to see the back of him, but what can you do? But yeah, big shout out to all you guys. He has to 40,000 subscribers. The question is, how far can we get before the end of the weekend? The England anthem is underway. There's a lot of smiles. A lot of smiles all around. Smiles for Argentina, smiles for England. The question is, who will be smiling in about 2 hours' time, where one of these teams will have started off on the right note. One of these teams might not have. In case we get a draw, we could have a draw. It's unlikely, but it's a possibility. It's not a big possibility, but a possibility. It does remain. Very, very quick check-in, people. I want to know who you're supporting, where you're watching from. Jump in the comments, let me know, and let's get ready to rumble, as they'd say. England playing right to left. Argentina with kickoff. England in the black. Argentina in the white and blue. Got to get myself an Argentina jersey. I think it'll be really poor if I get to the end of the year and don't have one. So I think that could be on the shopping list for France. Right, there we go. Last few words from the captain. The iconic Julian Montoya. Had to wait so many years in the shadows of Augustin Creevy, who does find himself on the bench. And since they've swapped, I think Julian Montoya has been one of the top hookers in world rugby. Not even, yeah, but he did it. He had to spend so many times, so many games in behind Augustine. And why not, really? You're talking about one of the best hookers. The first ever player to play 100 games for Argentina. But Julian Montoya is such a good player. And it was always so unfair. It was a bit like when we had Arjun Strauss And, you know, you sit there saying, well, you know, he played for so many other countries, had so many other caps. Matthew Reynolds, the man in the middle today. And he will be hoping to have a quiet game with regards to the decisions he's had to make. But, yeah, Julian Matosha, not even 30 years old yet, at 89 caps. He will probably finish potentially as the highest capped Argentina player ever. Yeah, here we go. Back's turn is Santiago Carreras. Any ready to get things underway down over in Marseille. It looks like a pretty decent crowd now, and everybody milling into their seats. And surely we're in for a treat over here. Not quite sure what the delay is. There's the whistle. There's the whistle. And there they go. And we're off down the right-hand side. Early touch here for the captain, Courtney Laws. Well taken. And it's Emmanuel Baffelli who gets up there nice and quickly. And yeah, Jean-Martin Gonzalez already having a think of a bit of a potential pilfer. And Alex Mitchell goes to the boot, almost charged down. And it's not the best kick, but it is found touch. And it'll just be past the 10-meter line. Bit of a nervy kick that from Alex Mitchell. You want to try and settle into it. I mean, what a story for Alex Mitchell, who's 26 years old. Just his 7th game. Never played in a World Cup. Only made his debut last year. And now starting. Good line out. First line out. Done. Set piece here. And Julian Matosha does... Sorry, in fact, I think it's Thomas Gashaw who broke from it. Now, so, well stopped there. Almost offside there. Marcus Kremer with his first carry of the day. Lavanini very quickly up on the English defense. Now they go down the right-hand side. Boffelli looking for some work, making a yard or two. Ball's available for Bertino. Now, here we go, Carreras. And it's a very, very good tackle on him. I think it's better got up there nice and quickly. So they lost a few yards here. Have Argentina already. Bertino's asked for a couple of blockers. He wants to go to the boot. Put this in the air, let them compete. Montosha is afterwards, as is Marcus Kremer, as is Emmanuel Baffelli, just outside of 22. It's a very, very good take by Alex Mitchell and a bit of pressure just outside 22. Ball is available, though, as George Ford has to come in to the scrum off position with a scrum off at the bottom of the ruck there. Solid carry there from Ollie Chesham as they free up Alex Mitchell from the base of the ruck. Right, now Alex Mitchell outside 22. You can't look for a touch directly. Elliot Daly is afterwards. Really good take from John Cruz Manley. He's hammered in the tackle, but does well to hold on and be able to present it for Gonzalo Bertino. Back inside their own half now, Argentina. Pablo Matera, his first carry. Big hit coming in from the two props, Cole and Genge. And Mario Tojo, arguably from the side there. Carreras thinks about a little chip over the top. How is this ball going to bounce? That's a good read there from Mitchell. He gets it away for Freddie Stewart. He goes to the boot. Sees that there's nobody home. And where's it bounced? I think that won't be a 50-22. I think it'll be just outside. It's almost 50-22. It's a great kick from Freddie Stewart. Nice idea from Santiago Carreras, but then also nobody managing to get back in time to close out that space. And so there's acres of space for Freddie Stewart to try and kick into. Borthwaite looking on, and he really would really love a solid Starters World Cup campaign. This is the debut World Cup campaign. Whether he gets to another one, we'll wait and see, but this is his first one. A really bit of treatment here. Curry, I think, is ahead of a head clash here. Looking at this take, is a great take from Jean Cruz Malia, and there is a head clash. Very, very accidental. I don't think they're going to look at it. But yeah, so some running repairs with both players, both Curry and John Cruz Malia, with a bit of cut on their faces. Yeah, cheap as John Cruz Malia is. I mean, he's going to need your shirt as well. There's so much, but this is going to have to be a blood bin, I reckon. I don't think they're going to be able to do it on the field. So could have an early blood replacement here for Argentina. I mean, he's absolutely pouring off his face here, Jean Cruz Malia. So they're going to have to put Matthews Moroni on here and go and sort that out. And it's a bit of a worry. They're going with a 6-2 split here of Argentina. We are now going to be looking at the head clash here. So Marius Jonker has been called in. Come on, Marius, what do you reckon here? So is Tom Curry under a bit of pressure here? I tell you what, I mean, he's leading with his face. It's tricky because he's coming down, but he's very, very high. I mean, he comes down onto his head. Yeah, he is going down the bin here. Is Jean Cruz Malier. He seems to be alright from a head collision point of view, but it's more that cut that needs to go and get stitched up. So we will see Matthias Moroni come on early. And is there yet going to be a decision made here? So he is coming down, which for me would be a bit of mitigation, but at the same time, he is leading with his head and in a great. Yeah, yellow card. There is a head clash. What he's saying. So let's go to the TMO bunker. So right, early blow here for England, and Tom Curry's going to go to the bin. I love Julie Montoya. Accepts the handshake and then tells him, yeah, you're in trouble. You're in trouble, yeah. Right, yellow card for England. Penalty for Argentina. They'll be able to kick to the corner. There'll be a man down now with England when they defend this more with Tom Curry going to the bin. This has been sent to the bunker, so we will wait to see where this could potentially be upgraded. Right, so what are they going to be doing here? Manny Buffetti's looking for the ball. I think he wants to go for have a kick a goal here. He needs a ball to go on. I don't think we've got a ball here. I think that's the biggest issue. How do we run out of balls here, guys? We've been on the field for 3 minutes. Right, so Buffetti here, I think he's called for the kicking tee. He is going to have a shot at goal here. Right, what are people saying in the comments here? William Dog says Argentina from Spain. Well, good to see a South African supporting Argentina, tuning in from Spain. Love to see it. Colin Reckons 32-18 to the RGs, and Tosca also are going for the RGs. I think Argentina got a lot of support here in the comments. Right, yellow card to England. They'll be down to 14 men for the next 10 minutes. Meanwhile, Emiliano Buffetti, one of the world's top goal kickers, it's at 50 meters out, so it's not close, but it's about 10 meters, maybe more to the right. So it's not massively difficult, although from this angle, those poles do look pretty small, don't they? As the clock ticks down. Can Argentina get the perfect start check? Buffetti has struck that. It's coming back towards the right. It's looking good. He doesn't miss. He doesn't miss. Emiliano Buffetti. What a kick that is from him. This is the thing about him. He doesn't miss. He's so good. And look, I mean, as South Africans, we always talk about, we're very much talking a lot about, the value in a world-class goal kicker, while Emiliano Buffetti is a world-class goal kicker. And Argentina take first blood. 3-0 through the boot of Emiliano Buffetti. And now England with the restart, going down that right-hand side, right up against the touchline as well. It's well taken by Mateo Carreras. What he lacks in size, he makes up with speed and agility. Not one of the biggest wings in the world, but plenty of heart. Good kick there, nice deep there. Freddie Stewart underneath it. He looks to run himself. Runs into Marcus Kremer, as well as Thomas Gashel. Now Jamie George pops it up to Ellis Genge. This is where Ellis Genge is so dangerous. You want to see him with ball in hand. Alex Mitchell going to George Ford. George Ford going to the boot. Lifting it high in the air. And it's Joe Marchant on the left-hand side. He's going to go up against Manny Buffetti. Buffetti comes away with a good take from Buffetti. Almost away. Eventually brought down by the England captain, Courtney Laws. Now it's going to go to Lamont. Good touch. Nice touch. And it's gone to Thomas Gashel. And a penalty for hands beyond the ball. And I think it's against Courtney Laws. It is against Courtney Laws. So another penalty for Argentina. They'll be able to progress themselves further down the pitch. Or is he going to have a go? He's asked for the kicking tee. He's beyond the 50-meter mark. He didn't have much on his last kick. I think this is a little bit further in. And they're saying, yeah, listen, this is a big warning, I suppose. It's a great take from Bafeli. And then, yeah, you can see that the hands beyond the ball. Right, correct decision there from Matthew Reynolds. On Argentina, potentially looking to go 6-0 up early on. Right, what are we saying there? Aside from England, no one likes England, says Lonku. William says, no way the yellow that can turn to a red. Has that ever happened? Well, done the World Cup, I suppose, with the TMO bunker, which has been upgraded. I like it. I think the TMO bunker is a very cool initiative. But we'll wait and see what the decision is here. England should red card their tackling coach. Seems to be a trend in the team. It is a problem, isn't it? People were talking about the fact that they've got a really bad record at the moment with the head clashes. 10 seconds left on the clock here for Manuel Bafeni. He needs to strike this better than he did the last one. He does seem to have struck it better, but I don't think it's turning inside. It will go down the right-hand side. Tell you what, it's got plenty of distance. It's a good 10 meters more. I reckon he could move that back. I think he could have about a 65-meter kick, to be fair, if he strikes it like that. That time pushing it down the right-hand side. But that is a bit of a word of warning to England that he does have it in his arsenal. And to clean out the discipline. Because if you're going to give penalties basically from 60 meters in, Manuel Bafeli is going to try and punish you. Anyway, 22 dropout now for England. We are just 7 minutes into the game. We haven't seen too much ball in hand here. Argentina have started pretty nicely. England already man down, so not the start that they would have liked. And it's if you're looking on the screen and you can see the yellow-red card, it's because the red card is under review for head clash and in the TMO bunker, which, by the way, is not going to be Maurice Jonker. It is a different TMO that makes those decisions. And Pablo Matera works hard to get away from Ben Earl from the restart there, just inside their own territory. Marcus Kramer goes nice and flat and to nobody, and the ball's popped up brilliantly. Oh, but then he's dropped it as Mateo Carreras. He's eventually been brought down right by the 22, so they lost a lot of yards here, have Argentina, all the way back inside their own 22. Bertino goes to Lavanini, who's got support from his partner Alemano, and they wear the same scrum cap just to really screw me as a commentator. And now Carreras goes to the boot on the left-hand side. Won't find touch, and the ball goes inside. And George Ford lifts his high in the air for Freddie Stewart to contest. He is such a good player in the air, and he does knock it back towards England. Now, but in space, Jamie George. And I'm not sure I'm supposed to go to Ollie Chesson, but he's picked it up anywhere. It's a great tackle coming on him. And there's a call here. I think it's a penalty for England. I don't know what for. I think it could be offside or a late hit. I'm not quite sure what the penalty is for, yeah? And this is a very good opportunity for George Ford to make it 3 apiece. Now, this England away kit's not bad, but oh dear, we're gonna go have a look here. Marius Jonker's been called into play once again. Could this be 3-0 and 14-on-14? We'll have to have a look and see what has happened here with a bit of foul play. Oh dear, that's silly. Is there head contact or is there shoulder contact? This is really stupid from Santiago Carreras. There's absolutely no need to launch himself into the air. I think it's chest contact. I don't know if it is head contact, but I think he's going to see a yellow card here. Yeah, and it's going to be reviewed. That is so stupid. Well, things are now level. Silly. Absolutely no reason for Santiago Carreras to have to leave his feet there. He's jumped into George Ford now. Again, we'll have to look at where the contact is. But that is now 14 men each. And it could very well be 3 each. And we could literally be on the most even of terms possible. The good news, however, for Jean-Cruz Malier is that they've quickly washed his shirt and patched him up. And I think he's obviously got a few stitches. And he is looking ready to come back on. So he will replace Matthias Moroni. And probably just as well, because I reckon we could see him shifting into first receiver. No, Santa Carrera, someone's going to have to move into fly half here. But right, George Ford, an opportunity to try and level the scores. It was 10-on-10 violence. Shows the number on their back, not the number of people involved, in case it wasn't clear. But George Ford gets his account underway. Good kick from George Ford, straight down the middle of the poles it goes. And he opens his account for the 2023 Rugby World Cup, which is currently being dominated by Stephen Donaldson from Australia. Ben Donaldson, not Stephen Donaldson, but then Ben Donaldson from Australia, as well as Johnny Sexton had a good day with the boot. Yeah, but where were the captains yet? Oh dear. Oh dear. Red card, ladies and gentlemen. Red card. And Tom Curry is not going to be coming back on. It has been upgraded to a red card. And that is an absolute... Sorry, that is Argentina. They said that there's no mitigation. He's leading with force. He's upright. It's difficult to argue, isn't it? I mean, it is difficult because the player's not even on the ground when he's coming, but he's running at full tilt. He is very upright, and that yellow card has been upgraded to a red card. So England down to 14 men for the rest of the game. Santiago Carreras waits his verdict, so it could be 14-14 for the rest of the game. But at the very least, now England will not receive will be not getting another extra player back. They are down to 14 men permanently. Right, Alex Mitchell lifting this high in the air. But fairly underneath, a good take. A lot of pressure on him from Elliot Daly as well as Ben Earl. And not allowed to have hands on the ground. Personally, I don't think there was any release. But you just sit there thinking, I mean, I know that the tempers are high and the occasion is there, but I mean, Tom Curry, he's just not in control. So to come flying in like that when you're not in control is so careless. And then Santiago Carreras to basically create a yellow card. That's it. He created a yellow card. There was never a yellow card on, and until he created the situation. I mean, and absolutely no need whatsoever to do it. So we wait and see what will happen to Santiago Carreras. As I say, I think so silly from him because there's absolutely no need to make the challenge he did. I mean, he's trying to charge down. As the ball's gone, he then jumps into the air and takes out George Ford. So silly. Now, I'll go through the phases, yeah. Lavanini now. And penalty, and that's Corey Laws on the ground. Right, so up towards the halfway line, England go. A 14-man England, by the way. 14-man Argentina, but they may yet get some players back on, a player back on the field. I think this is going to be Jamie George's first line-out, actually. Bit of a messy line, and it falls to George Ford. He goes to Joe Marchant. Oh, it's a big tackle on him, and who else but Marcus Kramer. Big counter-ruck coming in, but they do manage to get it out. And another big tackle coming. Good physicality being shown by Argentina so far. And it goes back to George Ford, who then just sort of chips it over the top down towards that Argentina 22. Jean Cruz Malier back on the park. Deep kick towards Freddie Stewart. He goes inside to George Ford. He will go to the boot. And this is high for Freddie Stewart to chase. And it's come off Gonzalo Bertino. And I think forward off Buffetti. Yeah, Lucio Cinti. But I think this could be... I'm not sure if it's just forward or if it's actually offside, whether he's in front of him. It comes off the head of Gonzalo Bertino, and then Buffetti then knocks it forward. So it'll be an England scrum. Right, 73% territory so far for Argentina. So the entire game's basically been played in the England half so far. And Argentina, if they can get Santiago Carreras back, have got to make this period of play count. You've got to really stretch England now. They're going to have to play 77 minutes with 14 men. Never an ideal situation, is it? And if that is the situation for your opposition, you've got to make them work. You've got to make them grow up. You've got to try and stretch them as early as possible. Vince saying, oh, well, England in trouble. William saying, so it did go to a red. Yep, the Timo bunker. Ellen saying, this card system is spoiling the game. It's not an uneven contest. What do you mean, this card system? A red card's always been a red card. And I must admit, I am not one of those people that like 20-minute red card. A red card is a red card. Don't be dumb. Don't muck up for the entire team. I like it. I think you know, if you've taken a... You've taken a hard line on head injuries, and I think that if you start reducing the punishment, then that was dumb. They had a 22, and so all they did is launch in the air, and also they had a free kick. So they launched in the air, and then inside the 22, Freddie Stewart just decides to mark it. Yeah, I don't know. I like it. I think you know, if you're gonna take a hard line on head collisions, we need to make the red card sanction as harsh as possible. Yeah, that makes sense. So I've got no issue with a red card. I think a red card should remain a red card. Andrea says, so glad to have you commentating. The Italian commentary team is shocking. Well, hopefully I'm a little bit better. If I am, then happy to oblige. If I'm not, then I apologize. There it is. I think that's confirmation, by the way. Santiago Carreras will be returning. It will not be upgraded to a red card. So it will be 14 on 15 in just 3 minutes time, and then Argentina really just start putting metal to what's the pedal to the metal, metal to the pedal, whatever the Spanish version of that is. Vamos! When in doubt. Good looking more this though, but the ball has gone down, and I'm pretty sure knocked on in the process. Surely. Dylan says England sees more red than aboard the Spanish convention. That's a good chat. That is a good chat. Yeah, lots of red cards at the moment for England. They've got to sort it out. And you sit there thinking, surely you then have these camps. You've got all these pre-camps, you've got all this planning. You sit there going, right, guys, World Rugby are clamping down on this. We cannot afford to stuff this up. So what do? We need to learn how to tackle. We need to learn how to be better. We need to learn how to not make these mistakes. First game, it took them 3 minutes. 3 minutes to get a red card. England fans, it must be tough. It must be tough. 3 minutes. Mental. Absolutely mental. Anyway, scrum, yeah, for England after the knock-on. Big scrum, though. But Bernard Earl's come down the side, yeah. Pick up and goes. Got Alex Mitchell. He's trying to get away. And he pops it up as well to George Ford, running a good support line. Good continuities from England now. Yes, Genge. Good smart tackle, taking out the legs there. George Ford, options, goes to Ollie Chesham. Now Jamie George to Ford. To Daly. There's numbers here. There's numbers here. Earl decides to go to the boot, and Williams to touch. Not the worst result. Interesting decision of the number 8 to take on that on himself and just put in the grabber behind. Sam says, flag have a real discipline problem. I suppose it's the England flag. Is something wrong with the tackle technique? Well, this is the thing, and the problem is you get the reputation. You've now gotten this reputation where everybody knows that your tackling is a little bit dodgy, that you've been getting a lot of red cards. Then you go and you ask them to make a decision, and they're going to sit there going, they might not consciously, they might be sitting there going, oh, you got the red card. But subconsciously, you're sitting there going, well, they've got a genuine problem in the team, This is a pattern. And all of a sudden, they've got another red card and took them 3 minutes to the World Cup. Better line out. Marcus Kramer carries it forward. How many matches do you miss with a red? Well, it's a straight red, so you're looking at about 3 matches. But we'll have to wait on what the decision is, and that'll be reviewed in the next week. Johnny May carried up, and now it is Genge, who they seem to have marked pretty well. I think they've identified, obviously, how good a ball carrier is, and every single time he gets to the ball, there does seem to be a couple of players lined up to try and take it now. This is pretty deep, and they'll mark that. Will Bafili, he has no issue there. So just I like it. Just calm down, boys. We've got a one-man advantage. Bring everybody back. Let's just chill a little bit. Yellow card is back. So there comes their playmaker. The England fans boo. They're not impressed that Curry got a red and Santiago Correas didn't. It says, do English have a trump card? If it's not, the white flag is the red card. Dear, bloody England. Get those points on the board, England, while it's even. Dylan says, can't explain why the English have such bad teeth with all their head contact. England, come on, says Penny Lane. So still behind the team there, but England, long game ahead for them. And this is where Argentina, you start making them work. They've got that one-man advantage. They'll have it for the rest of the game. Bertrand lifts it high to the air, but Freddie's there, but Freddie Stewart takes it very well. Hit on the tackle, though. Getting up nice quickly, there's Alex Mitchell, though. Forward. It's a good pass out to Marito Alagi. There's a bit of space here for Joe Marchant. Lucio Sinti away to the threat. Pick up and go from Ben Earl. Brought down by Alamano as well as Sinti. And Sinti once again, that's the third tackle he's just completed in about 30 seconds. Right on the halfway line. Mario Toja, his first carry of the game, that I can remember. Mayhead finding Joe Marchant out on the wing there. Getting up to the 10-meter line. Good carry from him. George Ford going nice and flat. Showing go, but for Ellis again. Solid leg drop for him. Oh, but that's really good work. And he's turned it over. Has Pablo Matera. Ooh, space. Run the hands. All go to the boot. There's nobody back, in fact. Ooh, is that in their own half? They could be in their own half. That could be a 50. I think that is a 50-22. That is absolutely brilliant. We're having a look. I'm pretty sure this is a 50-22. I'm pretty sure he's just inside his own half when he does kick this. Yep, well inside his own half. 50-22. Identified the space. Really solid chasing as well. But that ball stayed in could have been interesting. And all of a sudden, Argentina will have a line inside England territory. But they will have a drinks break before, which is probably not what they want, to be honest. They'd probably really like to... they'd like to really... compound the misery, and I think this is a good thing for England because they'll be able to reset a little bit and just gather their thoughts, take a moment, get some information down from the coaching staff. But if you look at some of the stats so far, 103 meters made from England, 62 from Argentina. England have had more carries, but if you look at territory, for example, it's very much been dominated by Argentina. I mean, they've literally got sprays. I've never seen that before. They've got these little handheld sprays. They're spraying people's back of the necks. I mean, it's not that hot, people. Temperature in Marseille. It can't be that hectic. It's 24 degrees, man. You'll live. Drinks breaks and the works and a spray. At 24 degrees. Poor form. Right, finally we are ready to get going. And it is going to be an attacking lineup here for Argentina. So Julian Montosha needs to make sure he hits his man. Good line up there. And they pop it up to Julian Montosha. But inside ball, he's going himself. What about the inside ball? Good tackle in the end from Beno, but they're on the 5 meter line. Pick up and go from John Martin Gonzalez. He's in my fantasy team. So I'll throw that out there. Solid work this. They're right on the try line. Yeah, 2 meters out. Discipline and patience now needed. Oh, they think they've scored. They might have scored. They might have scored. It is Thomas Gashaw, but they're going to go upstairs. Could be a knock on though. They're going to check. They are going to check. There's a penalty advantage though, so there was a knock on, but they are going back for the penalty. So Marius is having a check, but there was a penalty advantage here. Yeah, he does lose it. Does Thomas Gashaw. So no try, but they'll go back for the penalty. Right, decision time now for Argentina. It's very kickable. I tell you what, I'll be considering how much dominance they've had. I would be considering a scrum right here. Why wouldn't you not go for a scrum? They've dominated both scrums they've had so far. They've got a man. They've got a man up. Oh no, a little tap and go. We've got 4 players with their backs turned, 3 players with their backs turned. He's got 3 options here. Tap and go. A little training ground move there from Argentina from the quick tap. That was quite cool. The question is, will it work? No, it won't. It won't because they sealed it off. After all that, why not just keep it easy? Why not just keep it easy and just go and set up a scrum, hammer them back, which they've been doing. Plus, they either have to match numbers, which is they have to sacrifice something in the back, which create an overlap. There's just a no-lose situation here. We try this very elaborate training ground move, and they conceded a penalty because they went off their feet. Poor. Vince says, an Ireland fan, are the Pumas more of a worry than the Roses? I'm thinking England are an easier task later on. I'm scared of Argentina. They beat us every World Cup. I wouldn't underestimate this Argentina, so I'd put it that way. That's a bit of an annoying one from Argentina. I feel like I should have gotten a lot more out of that. Could have got a lot more out of that. Good line out there from England. And Courtney also trying things at the back here before now David George has linked it up. They're up by the halfway line. They're still going. There are a lot of Argentina players. Alex Mitchell is going to take the ball out the back. He wants to go down the left-hand side. Fires out to Ford. Ford goes to Elliot Daly, who comes inside. Genge. Couple of steps here and there, but eventually going straight on, not making too many yards. Now, Alex Mitchell wants to go back to the aerial route. Elliot Daly is set to chase, as is Ollie Chesham. It is pretty deep, so this could be marked, and is marked. That's a pretty poor kick in the end, actually, from Alex Mitchell. Got to make competitive if you are going to put it that deep. And Argentina is just going to punt this downfield. Stewart goes inside to Ford. Goes down pretty far. This is just outside 22. That's a much better kick. That's going to be contestable. And it's come forward off, I think, Freddie Stewart. So I think that there could be the option there of a scrum or line out. But you can see, they're taking it quickly of Argentina. Out towards Mantillo Carreras. That's so So poor, and he knows it. He absolutely knows it. They're taking it quickly. They went down the left-hand side. He saw some space, and he then just decided to kick it into touch. That is really, really poor from Carreras. Looking to try and catch England aware. They weren't particularly aware. They actually had quite a few numbers here. And you can see what he wants to do. There's a lot of space down that left-hand side, but it's a dreadful kick. An absolutely dreadful kick. That could be the worst kick of the tournament so far. Weird noise. I might not be alone in here. Right, all of a sudden, they've given England a line out just outside the 22. Jamie George trying things at the back. Pretty looking anymore, but they do it quickly though. They go to Watchalong. He's going to put his head down. Making a few yards. He generally does. Mitchell looking to snipe. Then popping up to Ellis Genge. He's very stationary. And driven backwards by Marcus Kramer. It's really good work for Marcus Kramer. Now back to George Ford. He's in the pocket. George Ford's going to have a go here. Okay. Okay. George Ford out of nowhere. I mean, literally absolutely nothing on. He says, throw me the ball. And says, thank you very much. We'll take the lead. That is world class, by the way. That is absolutely world class. And George Ford is world class. I keep saying he's their best fly by quite a while. And nobody listening to me. Nobody listens to me. Why does nobody listen to Steve? That's a brilliant drop goal, by the way. Courtney Laws spinning after taking that out of the air. Good take from him. Just outside 22 now. Alex Mitchell. Puts it high in the air. It's right up against the touchline. And it comes off, I think, Daly, but then forward of England. I think they're not going to advantage here as Cordella takes it down. But trapping the player on the ground, apparently. So England have actually been given the penalty, not Argentina. Thomas Gashaw is the man who's been penalised. And that's it. So Ellis Genge in many ways actually brought that. It was calling to the referee saying that he's being held in. By the way, there is a very cool World Cup beret that I will be buying, and you will be seeing with me on the streams with it. It's got all the different teams on it. And I'm going over there. It's one of the first things I'm going to buy. Straight to the Rugby World Cup shop. Get me my beret sorted, people. I can't go to France and not get myself a beret. Mark Casey says, for the first time in a while, England are playing with character. Paul saying, no rugby fans, so don't really care what happens. But that said, England may as well pack up and go home, as World Rugby have decided that every England yellow card could be upgraded to red no matter what. They have missed it, by the way. That penalty they did decide to try and take. And sheep as me, they've absolutely made a butcher of that. And they've given England a line on the 22. A little bit of panicked, actually. See, that's the beret. That's what I will be getting. It's so cool. The jackets you guys can keep, but the beret with all the various flags on it, that I'm getting one of those.
George to the back. Bounce down, okay in the end. Balls to stabilize.
A bit of a messy line there from England, but the main thing is that they do still have possession, as the half an hour mark does tick by. Ben Earl, big tackle on him. Show and go from Alex Mitchell, but well read. Jamie George putting his head down. England going through a couple of phases now in this Pool D clash. Back to George Ford. He's going to try another one. I tell you what. I tell you what. He's done it again. Jeepers me. George Ford. Where does this come from? England with 14 men through the boot of George Ford are now leading 9 points to 3. Jeepers, okay. Okay, well, fair enough. Fair enough. Jeepers, but you can't even be mad. Right, well, George Ford has decided, now bugger this, I don't actually need the rest of my team. You guys just get me within the half and I'll slot some drop goals here. And Argentina, for all they got the man advantage, all the territory, all the chances, trail. Ah, that's a dreadful knock on. Now George Ford. Oh, there's numbers here. Surely you got to score. Surely, oh, that's got to be forward. And they've run into touch. Goodness me. I think I've actually ordered a penalty. Yeah, he ordered a penalty to Argentina. And that's literally for dissent. That's pretty silly from Johnny May. A player of his caliber and his experience should know better than to be petulant. There's no time for petulance. Vince says England are going to win this. Penny Lane still tapping on England. Power Gavin says England will always show their best side in the World Cup. What's the diagram thing in the top right? That is a tracker that shows you exactly where everything's happening on the field. So it'll show you who's got possession. You can see that's the line up there. That's where Argentina are in the play. So it's a tracker, live track of all the various things that is happening. Tell you where the scrums are, where the kickers, etc., etc. Right, so they get to the halfway line, which is why you see you got the tracker there. Julie Montosha, then he's going to be feeding that into line. Good take as well there. Chukabares, nice solid carry from him. Much better. Good physicality there from Kramer getting up there. And there's Thomas Gashaw. He always seems to make a couple of yards, and he does so again. Good momentum this Argentina. Pick up and go for Matheus Onamano. Another pick up and go. Some Pablo Matera. And there's the 22. I tell you what, they're making a lot of progress here. Bertrand. I think it's John Martin Gonzalez who decided to go the other way, just outside the 22 here. Now Carreras goes to Lucio Cinti. And he has managed to stay in there. Bertrand fires it back in field to Carreras. He fires it nice and flat. Pops it up from Montoya to Alemano. Lost a few meters a bit, but they still got possession. Now they go back to Carreras. And he decides anything George Ford can do, I can do. And it's down the left. And I don't think he should be doing that. I mean, I understand that there wasn't, but they still had a bit of momentum and potential. There was no need to go for that. Right, the restart now going pretty deep. And Freddie Stewart has built that forward. Bertino's come away with it. There's a knock-on advantage. The boos run out. And eventually a penalty has been awarded for Freddie Stewart being taken out in the air. Ben Earl shouting in the faces. I mean, it's become a thing, hasn't it, for England? So Pablo Matera penalised for taking Freddie Stewart out the air. So it is an England penalty. And Argentina, I mean, to think that they're playing with a man up. They've had all the chances. They trailed by 6 points. And now a bit of ill discipline creeping in is ominous signs. Ominous signs. Now, still looking for the first try of the match here. And they go to Oli Chesum. Jamie George looking for options here. Slowly moving forward. He goes himself, there's Jamie George. Big kid there. I think it was Benno. Alex Mitchell's got Mario Toje. Goes to Mario Toje. Good to patch the players from England. I tell you what, George Ford's back in the pocket. George Ford's back in the pocket. This could be the easiest of the one. And oh my goodness, he's done it again. George Ford. It's George Ford's world and we're just living in it. I mean, that's 3 from 3. And how easy was that? That is huge. I mean, George Ford has single-handedly steered this into a very comfortable lead for England. They suddenly lead by 9. Mark says, Argentina needs to keep things simple and do what they do best, pick up the drive. Vic says, drop goals are underused. Clearly, you can just be picking up points like this the whole game. They're just so hard to defend. And oh, well, Argentina almost managed to win it back. It was Tom Curry who got the red card. William says, which app is the field diagram? It is all brought in from BetRadar. That is where we get our feed from. Kirk says, Argentina are lacking the World Cup mental capacity and seems like they're choking this mega event. Seems like Esther cricket. A little bit harsh. We only had 37 minutes of the half so far. They've not played the worst rugby either, but just not quite characteristic of Argentina rugby. This is what they need. They've just been pulled together by Jude Montoya, who's just having a word and saying, boys. We had a bit of momentum, we couldn't capitalize. England are now struck back with 3 quick drop goals. One try changes this. They go and score a converted try. It's a 2-point game. They're still very much in this game. They're just going to go back to basics and go back to what they're good at. Look at that stadium. I'm going to be there, boys. Oh, that's cute. They all had to buy each other gifts, apparently. That's quite cool, actually. You get 32 gifts. But banging. I want 32 gifts. I wonder what the budget was. That would probably bankrupt me. I mean, you go and say like $50, and that's already like $1.5 grand. Big scrum, yeah. Going to a log here, but it's a pretty big thing, but they do use it now. Not too many options. George Ford just sort of hacks it away. Right, 2.5 minutes left. What can they conjure up? And Ford will mark it. Yeah, Ford's control of this game. George Ford is controlling this game so well. Between the drop goals, that's something like that. That's pretty smart. I mean, we've got just over 2 minutes left. And he kicks deep and says, no, it's fine. You're going to come all the way back. You're going to waste time. And now I'm going to launch them all the way back. And we're going to go there. But we're going to be running forward. They're going to be running backwards. The momentum's going to feel like we've got it. And George Ford, when he's at his best, just does this. He just manages the game so well. He manages momentum. I think that's an interesting concept, the idea of managing momentum. You can manage a game in terms of where you play and who's got the ball and stuff, but momentum is where games are run and lost. You know, it's a mentality thing where you think you're moving forward, you think you're moving backwards, and when you think you're moving forward all the time, you're suddenly feeling a lot better. They go short to Argentina. Paulo Montero making a few yards. Right, Thomas put. And they've lost it forward, yeah. It's an England turnover ball, yeah. Mario Toje comes away with it. And they'll go back for the knock on there. So, yeah, I mean, it's 1 minute left on the clock here. And Argentina just looking a little bit rattled. You know, I think they're pretty much as surprised as we are with what George Ford has done here. The fact that England, they've actually not even conceded penalties. And that's the interesting thing. They've not conceded penalties, so it's not like it's been a discipline problem. But England have just got themselves into reasonable positions, and George Ford's going to capitalize on that. So it does show you the value of drop goals, and because as I said, it's not like they've conceded penalties. You know, it's not like the ill discipline is keep getting them down. You know, it feels like it has because there's been 4 3-pointers, but only one has actually come off the tee. And there is Tom Curry, who's got sporting a massive shine. He's got a lot of stitches over his right eye over there. Red card, so that could very well be his pool stage over. Available there for Alex Mitchell, and he will just knock it into touch. Right, half time. England 12, Argentina 3. England with the red card, and yet, since that red card, have actually gone on to score 12 unanswered points. So a big dressing room rundown ahead for Michael Cheika, who's going to have a lot of words with his team, who, despite having the one-man advantage, you can see at 12 points without managing to muster any more since that first 3-pointer from Ona Bafedi in just the 3rd minute. So lots to work on for Argentina. For England, hanging on through the boot of George Ford and the class, really, of George Ford. They definitely shifted a bit of momentum towards the end of that first half. So they'll be thinking to themselves that we can keep this up and that we can really have a go. But Joe, going to move it to halftime, and I will see you guys in just a little bit. Go and get yourself some beverages and stuff. And please do subscribe to the channel if you are new, as we're now on the road to 41,000 subscribers after hitting that 40,000 subscriber mark. And I'll see you guys in just a little bit. Hello everybody, my name is Stevie P and I'm here to tell you about BITDEFENDER, who are one of the Forever Sports channel partners. BITDEFENDER offers world-leading cybersecurity solutions which make sure that all your data is protected across all of your devices. We make sure that we are never compromised thanks to BITDEFENDER, and you should as well. Alongside their world-class cybersecurity needs, they also offer a world-class VPN, which not only hides and protects all your data and your internet privacy, but also allows you to access content from around the world using this VPN, which means you can unlock certain content which you might not otherwise have been able to watch, including live rugby across the world. So make sure you get BITDEFENDER. Check the description of all of our videos to get yourself a BITDEFENDER subscription. They are not only one of the world leaders, but also one of the most affordable options out there. So there really is a no loss sort of situation here. Get yourself BITDEFENDER, get yourself protected, and make sure that you are never compromised thanks to BITDEFENDER. everybody, Stevie P here from Forever Sports, and I'm here to tell you about Boyle Sports, the official betting partner of Forever Sports. Across all of our channels, they are one of the leading betting companies in the world and have recently launched in South Africa with an amazing offering. You can get a 1,000 Rand welcome offer. For the rugby, they are giving you 25% payout boost up to 2,000 Rand on the Springboks winning the World Cup, as well as an extra 50 Rand bet when you stake 250 more on rugby during the Rugby World Cup. It is your one-stop betting shop. That is Boyle Sports. Come and join us in the community. Check the links in the description to sign up, get yourself an account, and make sure that you are winning big with Boyle Sports. apologies to cut that short, but we are back. Well, they are back at least. Over at Marseille. The second half coming up and your way. It is England 12, Argentina 3. A big half coming up for Michael Cheika's men because they've got a man advantage, but they've yet to make it count. And they really need to make sure they do in the second half. As George Ford does get things underway, he has been the maestro so far, scoring all the points for England with 3 drop goals as well as a good penalty. And that's a brilliant start. And the offload, get the behind. It's a great catch. So Argentina is still with the ball in hand right by the 10-meter line. It's a great line being run by Juan Martin Gonzalez. Gonzalo Bertrand can't hold on. It will be a scrum, but that's a bit better. Nice solid start for Argentina. Just get my boy Juan Martin Gonzalez onto the ball. Let him ball out. That is the man that I trust to get the job done. He's also in my fantasy team, so there's a little bit of bias. But yeah, look at him go. Look at him go. Oh, and if you could just hold on there, Betty. I mean, that's a great tackle. A little bit of an early start there. Positive early start from Argentina. Right, so I put a poll in the comments, and I've asked, will Argentina come back to win? 50% do say yes. Some of the comments over here while I was gone. Vince says Steve was commenting brilliantly. Thank you. I appreciate that. Stephen Lilly saying swing low sweet chariot. Vince reckons he said he voted no. William Diaga says unconverted try from the Pumas and they are back in it. They should just start running the ball though. Right, well that was almost a nice start. But get the ball into your big players. And keep George Ford away from your own half because Jeep has been slotting him from everywhere. Marchand, good tackle there. Took on from him from Santiago Carreras. Slow ball, yeah. Big counter right coming from Argentina. And still no scrum off appearing as Matthew Mitchell is in there. Pick up and go here comes from Ellis Genge. Oh, it's almost a great take there for Matches Carreras. He's not landed pretty well. Is he okay is the question. There's a knock on here. But the way he landed, I didn't look particularly happy. No, it didn't land very nicely. Oh dear, he's got a proper face plant. Seems to be okay. He'll move on. He'll live. Probably it's 10:15 already. I mean, where are these days going? And I've been awake for a lot of them. I mean, jeepers me. Right, by the way, please do subscribe to the channel if you're on. You've got a few new faces in the comments, which is cool to see. Welcome to our World Cup coverage. We will be covering every single game of the World Cup live here on Forever Sports. So this is your one-stop destination for all the World Cup action, all the post-match press conferences, pre-match press conferences the day before, all on the channel as well. We will be having match highlights on our website as well, which is foreverrugby.com, or forever-rugby.com. So lots and lots of coverage coming your way. We've almost done 200,000 views so far this weekend, and the box have not even played. So yeah, this is where you get all your World Cup information. Daily news shows during the week, 5 things learned, things, videos, lots of different content, all coming your way in the next few days. And Stephen Liddy says this game all down psychology now. Spesh saying hope to see Argentina really get their running game moving this half. They're such exciting backs. And Joe Goldie says first to score takes the game. It's not a bad sharp there.
Fascinating playing in the UK together now. Going head-to-head literally against each other.
Pretty solid scrum at the moment. Remember that England have a man down, but they've got to put him on to Logie. It's pretty much an auxiliary flank. The ball's come back and it's fallen towards Courtney Laws very favourably. as England go into 22. He has lost the ball. As Mitchell goes down, George, good hands, and he gives to Ellis Genge. Penalty advantage for England. This will be 15-3 unless they can one-up it. And the penalty does come away for offside, and that's the last thing they needed. And they'll go for posture, and I'll tell you what, Argentina discipline really letting them down in the last sort of 5 minutes of the first half, and then now here. Ironically, I said they haven't conceded a lot of penalties. It was George Ford. I mean, whilst George Ford's boot has been the one that's put them away, they haven't actually conceded a lot of penalties. It's all been coming from drop goals. So it's been absolutely brilliant from George Ford so far. Williams says, if England score a try now, Argentina won't make it back into the game. And Kirk says, let's say that England have a great coach when it comes to psychology. Well, we've been kind of waiting to see the Borthwick effect and when they'll start to really get going. And straight through the middle from George Ford. He's been absolutely brilliant tonight. It's been a proper masterclass in how to manage a game at fly half. I kept saying that that George Ford is the man that you want. You know, he is the man you want at 10. And yeah, he's proven it. He's proven exactly my point tonight. They go short though to Argentina, a little bit of something different, and the ball does come forward off England and back towards Marcus Kremer. Should be a knock-on advantage. First knock-on, then Argentina knock-on. It will be a scrum. Much better. There we go. Something a bit different. That's kind of what Argentina need to start doing. They start innovating a little bit. They're on an innovative side. So, let's see it. You know what I'm saying?
Seconds of the restarting. I don't try something. It's a good way for a game of possession. Often, play the territory game, but that's absolutely fine.
Right, so another scrum. Yeah, big opportunity for Argentina. I think they kind of need a bit of a penalty, don't they? They need something to just sort of swing the momentum their way.
It's a good look at their back line.
Right, so no substitutes just yet. In fact, I lied. Matthias Milan has gotten them off, and Guido Petty has come on. Just checking that now. Pretty solid scrum. They go to Bertino. And that's terrible. Terrible, terrible, terrible. Santiago Chukwuemeka says, knocked it on forward now. And they're going to go all the way back for the knock-on. There was a knock-on advantage. And that's absolutely dreadful for Santiago Chukwuemeka. He's a much better player than that.
The Rolls does so well. Someone seems to play 15. We've lost that. Well, it looks like to see his hand on that one. To be honest, right and stretch those legs. Coach Gloucester, George Stevenson talks so favourably of him as a brave young player, big future in the game. I feel like the future is now for him. Games like this, there's the time.
Right, so it's come now for England. So a bit of a scrappy for the last few minutes. Argentina have got to find a way to score some points here. At the moment, George Ford is just slowly putting them away. It's that slow knife. It's just twisting every so slightly with every penalty, every drop goal. 3 drop goals, by the way. I mean, when was the last time you saw that happen? And a penalty at scrum time now for England as well. Moni Tuilagi enjoying his time at flank.
Had his knee on the ground up against Genge. That's going up against either of them. Good contest going on that far side.
That's on the tight head side, yeah. So it's oh, I tell you what. I think it's 6 for 1, half dozen the other for me, if you ask me. Not that I know much about scrums. Anyway, England are down to Argentina's half here on the left-hand side. Jamie George, the man that'll feed this into the line-out. They go towards the bat. And it pops down towards Alex Mitchell. He sees a bit of space. Going himself as Mitchell, and he's thrown it straight into touch. That's not great. He is a live wire scrum off, and he was brought in. And I suppose, a big thing about players you're brought in is that, you bring players in for a reason. And there's nothing more frustrating than seeing players brought in and then kind of going into their shells and not really being able to bring their party tricks and their abilities. And that's what Alex Mitchell does. He creates things. He like that. That sort of dash down the left hand side there. It's a bit of show and go, a bit of a dart. That's what he can do. Right, Cole is going to be replaced, and we'll see some subs here. So Will Stewart takes to the field. I don't think there's any Joe Marler just yet. Just the one Cole. So the experienced Dan Cole leaves after a good match. Decent outing for him. And here comes 2 subs for Argentina. I think that is Joel Slavy who's coming on. And it looks like it's Thomas Lavanini coming off. They do a 6-2 split. So that will be Pedro Rubiolo for Argentina. And a bit of a messy line out there, but Gonzalo Bertrand under a bit of pressure at the breakdown, but Argentina do have it after a bit of a messy line out, so that is the main thing. Bertrand goes to the boot. To Elliot Daly. Oh my goodness. That's forward, Mr. Ref. That is... Hey, ball! No, man. That is so clearly forward. Oh, that's a knock-on. I mean, Elliot Daly, in trying to pass that ball, clearly loses it forward. How is that not forward? He's literally doing this and he's lost the ball. And he picks it up ahead of himself. I want to see a replay. Look at this. No, man, guys, that is forward. That is forward. I don't know how that's not been picked up, to be honest. Here comes Joe Marler. Proud favourite. It's a good line out there from Argentina. Oh, it's a huge hit, though, from Watchalong. That's massive. Chicabales, I mean, straight for an offload and then just didn't give it. Trying to give him full momentum here are the Argentina. Carreras. Malia, good rush defense so far from England. Now Argentina trying to find a way through. Bertrand like a little bit isolated. Joel Slavy now his first carry. 7th phases now for Argentina. Oh my goodness, this is so dreadful. Nah, it's not all feet though. No, I wouldn't say it's all feet. I mean, you didn't penalize him until all feet until Itoje went over. So if you don't award Itoje, then that's fine. But don't try and then decide that that's off their feet. Come on. Let's be consistent here. And that'll be 18-3, by the way. No, it's not isolation. He's fine until Itoje comes over and then pushes him off his feet. It's very different to going off his feet. Yeah, you can see Chukabara just wasn't ready for that at all. Couple of subs. There are 18 points to 3. Argentina have got to score a try. There's no other way back into this game. Got to score tries here. They've got to keep ball in hand. They've got to do better here. Right, what is Michael Chick going to do here? His team are just a bit of nowhere, to be perfectly honest. And now free kick for Argentina taking too long at the line out. You're going to decide to take the scrum from the free kick. Big scrum, yeah, big scrum. Argentina working really hard. No penalty advantage. They do use it. Goes George Ford. George Ford puts it in the air. This has gone too far, so this will be marked, I imagine. And it is. Now deep kick. Good take from Ford. And that's gone out in the full. That's his first real mistake of the match, George Ford. He's been so good. And that's his first mistake. Right up against the touchline. Try and find a bit of space. And he's kicked it into touch in the full. Okay, so the up and under is going to be very high there, and it's Carrera, so the ball's allowed to bounce. And penalty for England. Offside. Oh dear. Oh dear. Well, where's the England team in for the last 9 months? Is the big thing to say, really. Where have they been? Why has it taken them so long to pitch up? Kirk says Argentina need to somehow build World Cup experience, knowledge, and adaptability when things don't go as planned according to training. It's a World Cup. You need X factor. It just comes with composure. Mark says unbelievable, really, how well England have done after the red card. This is the sort of performance that can galvanize the team going forward. And Sam saying it looks like England have forgotten how to play 15-man rugby. They played some of their best rugby when a man down. You make a good point, to be honest. They did the same thing when they played against Wales. And George Ford now make us an 18-point lead, by the way. And he's nailed it again. Jeepers me. George Ford has he's kicked brilliantly. Brilliantly. And the England travelling fans are absolutely loving this. And I tell you what, you do not even touch George Ford. You don't look his way. You tell Marcus Smith to go down the tunnel and to start warming down because you will not. I mean, Why would you take off George Ford at this stage? He is absolutely dictating everything here. It's been brilliant by him. Knock-on advantage here for Argentina. Right, Bruni on for Argentina, so they have offloaded their bench. That's their draw card, the 6-2 split. They've unloaded everyone except for Augustine Creevy and I think Eduardo. I don't know if Eduardo Beshu's on. That ball's been allowed to bounce and knock back the Argentinian side. Good work there from Carreras. Bertoneau. Bit of space, bit of space, bit of space. Long pass out wide. Mateo Carreras coming inside. Still going as Mateo Carreras. Argentina, a rare visit to the England half so far in the second half. Marcus Kramer puts his head down. He's been working pretty hard today. Now Bertoneau, front foot ball. Or numbers. Numbers. Not sure that was the right option, but they make a few yards. And completely isolated. As I said, it was the wrong option. It was the wrong option. They have been horrendous. And this time, Elliot Day's going to have a kick good goal. This could be 24 points to 3. I mean, it's all just falling apart here, really, for Argentina. And where's the spin? Yeah, I said it was the wrong option when we made the pass. Just don't understand where the composure's gone. Sure, William Yaga making a very good point. Who's got George Ford in their fantasy? I don't think anybody would have Ford. Right, now Elliot Daly, he's got that long range boot, a big left boot of his. And that's gone very way left. Oh dear, is what he muttered. Pretty drop off for Argentina. Well, they're going to have to score a try in the next... You have to score 2 tries, really, in the next 10 minutes to give themselves a chance. They trail by 18 points. Do give it a try. We'll get them within 3. And the ball's falling back towards England's side. The bounce to the ball. Everything's just happening for England at the moment. This will be a very interesting moment for this English team. Whether this is galvanized, this is bring them together. Do they not kick on after this? Elliot Daly, that looks like it's gone too far. Could really have gone too far. It's really gone too far. It'll be a scrum all the way back from where he kicked it. Right, check comes Eduardo Beshu. So they've unleashed 5 of their 6 forwards on the bench of Argentina in a desperate move to try and ignite something. And now Carreras is pulled up after that thing in his calf, which doesn't look good. What the comments say here? So Jan says Argentina time is running out. Watchalong saying really dislike Daly. Evan says the best way to counter George Ford is with PSJ Toy is an Argentina version. I mean, Kirk saying, well done English, this World Cup is going to have a lot of surprises. Says that I'm so negative now, I'll give my life to Brandy straight. What happened to the red card? Well, Tom Curry basically ran into Jean-Cruz Mallier. Rick Johnson says, thank Argentina for that £100 bet. Oh my goodness. Imagine. So drinks break, and when they return, now is the last opportunity for Argentina. They've got to create something. They've got to. So Max Murray replaced Macho Carreras, by the way. They've got to think of something here, Argentina.
It just feels like the gap's growing and growing. The momentum in this game. It really is. 18 minutes to go in this game. Matthias Moroni on the field for Argentina. Newcastle Falcons flag playing against some of his old mates from England. 4 of his teammates at that club. So can that injection off the bench help? I'll have to check this out. They have it.
Good work there. Very, very good work. And penalty goes to England. I mean, that's bizarre. Argentina are keeping it in because they've got the dominance. Gonzalo Bertrand doesn't want to take it out, and then England get the penalty. And that kind of sums up the day, doesn't it? It has been that bad for England. They just haven't been able to get anything right. Oh my goodness, they put them on the fight. George Ford, he can't do anything wrong. He cannot do anything wrong. George Ford. Argentina do compete, but Mario Tojo comes down with the ball. A try here, and that'll be game over. Right to Loggy. So okay for him there. And another penalty, not running away is the call now. And that will be 24 points to 3, surely, or they're going to go for the corner. Breaking player, as there's a bit of treatment to one of the Argentinian players. So, yeah, it's not gone well for Argentina. I mean, I've been impressed by England, but I just haven't seen Argentina play this poorly in a long time. And you play as well as you're allowed to play, so there's a lot of credit that has to go to England. And I think a lot of fans will be sitting there going, well, where's England been the entire year? But at the same time, if you're going to peak, if you're going to pitch up, and you're going to suddenly click, this is the time to do it. But George Ford, if he does not walk away with man of the match, then everything is rigged. I mean, because he's just been absolutely phenomenal. George Ford to make it a 21-point game. Hits his head down. Now he lifts it and he... Oh, my goodness. Steve Borthwick laughing away, all smiles. When was the last time we saw that? All apparently has been forgiven. Deep restart. First touch, actually, for Lewis Laidlam, who's just come on. Joe Marler now carried up. And Argentina have been well and truly beaten. I mean, who would have predicted this? To the drawing board for Argentina. Look, the thing with Argentina, and the same as they've got it's a pretty straightforward group. That's the big thing. So you look at Pool D. There's not a lot of surprises there. You know, it's England, Argentina, Japan, Samoa, Chile. So Japan is the other potential bigger team, but I don't really rate this current Japanese team. Maybe again, to be fair, I wasn't really rating this English team before tonight. So they've got time to get it right. I just don't understand why this Argentina team, why it's been so poor. And lots of people sit there saying it's because England's been so good. England have been good. I'm very happy to give a lot of credit to England because I haven't seen England play this well this year. But Argentina just have... Oh, that's a nice little step. And go. And the offload. That's a bit more like it. Where's this been all game? Beshu now getting in the front foot. Bertino don't go himself as the Argentina go within 5 meters. Oh, they'll bend the angle. Pop now for Marcus Kremer, just short. I mean, this is too late from Argentina, but this is much, much better. Just short, that's to be held up. And it is held up. Owen Farrell watches on. He's very chuffed with what he's seen. Although I think that look at him in the face, he knows he's not. I was getting into this team. It's either inside center or nothing. Right, there comes Ollie Lawrence. And who's you replacing is the question. And that's Martin Tuolagi who will go off. Good game, actually, Martin Tuolagi. A big hit, which some people are asking, was it legal? Wow, they didn't even look at it, so apparently. And, yeah, so back to the drawing board, really, for Argentina. For England, they'll be very, very tough with this. The big thing, I think, for England is the fact that they've kept Argentina scoreless. You know, this defense, I'm not quite sure where it's come from, but it's been good. And they've gone down to 14 men and shown a lot of character. So there's a lot that England will take. They'll take everything out of this. It's a perfect result for England. To go down to a man down and then a knock-on, apparently, for Argentina. This is the thing. And that's why I've been critical of Argentina, because England have been good. England have earned this, but there's been so many basic errors from Argentina. They've just lacked the composure. They've lacked that final touch all the time. And it's just knock on after basic error after basic error. Thomas Gasher, what a run that was earlier. Yeah, I'm very interested to see what Michael Cheika has to say after this press conference because I don't think he's going to be too chuffed.
Really nervy for those boys looking on. That's not now. 23, 24 points to 3. That's a sign to have a bit of a laugh and whatnot. Good to see some smiles on faces. They've not had much chance to enjoy their rugby of late. Certainly not had those options.
Campus says, how did they go and play the absolute worst game in a long while in a World Cup against England with 14 men? And you make a good point. You do make a good point. I haven't seen Argentina. This is the worst I've seen Argentina play post-COVID. I think that's fair. And then George Ford just decided to pick a night to go and put all the flower chat. Notice how the only person that's not on, by the way, across all teams is Marcus Smith. And why would you do it? Because George Ford is just playing too well. Right, 10 minutes left. It is an England scrum. Can I ask you to get a couple of consolation tries? Even one consolation try. One or two positives. Michael Cheika won't look for positives. He'll be very frank about his assessment of the game, I'm sure. And that'll be that it's not good enough. Not good enough. And they tap quickly, they put it in the air. Mariano Buffetti. I mean, the fact that we've barely seen Buffetti with ball in hand, we haven't really seen Jean-Cruz Manny with ball in hand, we've barely seen Lucio Sinti with ball in hand, and that's a problem. There's Maria back inside, Max Maroney. Now, long ball over the top. And Buffetti wants to get going. He comes back inside. Not too much space for him to work with. And he's left it behind. That's what I'm saying. There's just so many areas. Eduardo Beshu now leaving it behind and knocking it on.
Expectations coming into this. We all expect to make all the opposition. We all know that they've had it in them to take this game.
There goes Jamie George. Theo Dan replacing him now.
Just a little exchange between him and Theo Dan. George.
It's a big away support. It always is. A lot of travelling fans for England. They are expected to be the biggest travelling fan group in the competition. A sea of white. I'm talking about the shirts, by the way. In case there was any doubt.
Here he is at a Rugby World Cup, 22 years of age. Beautiful moment indeed. He's in the lead.
Hey, finally a penalty of Archie. That could be the first penalty that I feel like this half. Very interested to go into the penalty stats after the game.
Will Stewart gets bind up, pulled by this official on the near side. Well, we expected to get a taste of that in scrum time. Just that, I think England have done a fantastic job there over the fourth 50, 70 or so minutes so far. Not a bit of banter, but it was the other side of the scrum that was penalised, not mine. He is such a brilliant player to follow. So funny. And off the field, particularly on it. Really stepped up against Argentina. Now give away a free kick again.
And then a free kick for Argentina. The discipline has been atrocious. Absolutely atrocious.
Switching the Argentinian setup, the line-out, which I think he penalised them for there. Penalised for leaving the line-out.
And finally, Mark Smith's going to get some token message minutes. Or is he? He's still staying on as George Ford.
Goes to the sky. Chase is there for England. Bounces back towards their side. Earl is there.
Joe Mar's got a bit of space. And every single ball is falling back to the way of the English.
Both sides. Forward the spiral kick. Comes to there now. Forward. Similar kick. This time it goes down to Russell Malays. He dives.
I tell you what, Basil is under a lot of pressure there. And it's just been so one-sided. It's actually, I'm a bit gobsmacked, to be honest, to see how bad Argentina have been beaten here and how they're just absolutely nowhere. It's bizarre.
Once against that combination, Ford bringing up, Stewart chasing and making a mess of things. A long time ago,
And Kate gives it the sign of approval here there.
Suddenly everything feels alright. About English rugby. Spotted the OP game as well. Watching George Ford do his thing.
Right, George Ford, another opportunity at goal and another 3 point. I mean, goodness me, it's just been clockwork, hasn't it? Absolute clockwork.
Rugby World Cup. What a great attack ever he has been since first England to the scene. Joe Marler. They have the match in the 2021 Premiership final.
Danny Kane now. And it's Santiago Carreras.
In this game. Burning out of one tackle as they look to go forward.
Now penalty for Argentina. 4 minutes to go. They can knock it to the corner.
Now, I want to salvage something. It's a good kick. Down into England's 22. Well, Argentina have not spent a lot of time in this second half.
Straight through the hands and turn over ball. And oh my goodness. Good work there from Maroni.
Gonzalez cracks into some light contact. Still there for Argentina though.
After going through the phases here, just not much going on yet, to be honest. He's just kind of waiting for the next mistake. It's been a very depressing evening. Colin says someone is making a real out of this game, not even at their worst. Can the RGs be this cuck? 100%. Pretty late says, thanks, the best wish to you. Yes, I love rugby. I asked who is your team. If you're talking to me, the box. Come on! Oh, down the corner! Oh, come on, if anyone's going to do something, let Lucio Cinti do it. Santo Carreras. Yeah, the box tomorrow. We move. We move. Box says this one will put England to 6th in the world rankings. Kirk says, well, I'm South African, so it's been marks, but we have a lot of work to do. But after PG beat Wales tomorrow, it might be back to 7th. It's a good point, actually. It is a very good point. And now Santa Carreras is going all the way back there, trying to get away from Mario Toji. Does slip away from a bit of a high tackle. There goes Jean Kuzmelia. Penalty advantage for Argentina, I think. Thomas Gasher now. Pop it up. Oh, Normani Buffetti. That's a good line being run by Marcus Kramer. Surely this is the time. And they've scored. They do finally score. It's far too little, far too late. And Rodrigo Bruni gets onto the score. People that it's going to be the game. Well, it might actually not be. They might have time to kick off. But, yeah, so, no, it all changed back. And the last part I'm going to throw out very quickly is who will win tomorrow? A very quick poll between Scotland and South Africa. Who are we backing? I want you to go and vote on that poll very quickly. All the South African fans, go and get your votes in.
Years old, while the France of September 3, he gets first try at the Rugby World Cup in 2023 for Argentina.
27 points to 10. A 17-point margin. I didn't expect that at all, by the way. At all. But it's been a George Ford masterclass. An absolute masterclass by the fly half. And they kick it out. And what a look what it means to England. They are beaming with joy after that. But and why not? They've been so poor for so long. They've really had a tough year. And they've eventually managed to come good at the right time as well. So credit to Steve Borthwick. They rode the very, 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 very tumultuous wave rather, and they finally come on top at the right time. Full time at Stade de Marseille in Marseille. England 27, Argentina. People, thank you very much for the entire day's company across the various watch-alongs. It has been a lot of fun. We'll be live once again tomorrow afternoon. Wes will be with you for Japan versus Chile. That starts at 1 o'clock. I'll be with you for the Scotland game. That starts at 5:45, but our build-up will start at about 12 o'clock, in fact. So a lot of build-up there. And then we will have Fiji versus Wales as our final game of the day. And that will be Mr. Wes Hartman as well. People, thank you very much. Please do subscribe to the channel on the way out. Please do smash a like on the